Hey, Council. Going to start now. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, July 5th. This meeting is being convened by electronic means under Part 14 of our procedure bylaw, and as such, council members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. If a council member attending by electronic means loses connection during the voting process, staff will get you back online as soon as possible. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Council members are reminded that in accordance with section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. As always, we acknowledge we're on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and we thank them for their generosity to all of us as we strive to become a true city of reconciliation. And also want to thank all our staff for the great work. I was at the Jazz Festival this weekend, and it was just amazing to see how much garbage landed on the ground and then was picked up very quickly. So congratulations to those staff for that work, and of course all other staff too. With that, clerks, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart in the chair, Councillor Carr. Here. Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick is on a medical leave. Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
And Councillor Kirby-Young.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks, clerks. Let's go through the plan for the day. First of all, any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website, and that form is on Twitter at @VanCityClerk. That's where you get all your information about this council meeting. We also have a long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including a respect for all genders. So just a reminder, the council, when speaking to staff and speakers, please avoid using gendered honorifics and instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. We have today 3 administrative items, 9 reports, 1 referral report, 28 bylaws, 2 administrative motions, 2 council member motions, notice of council member motions, new business inquiries, and other matters. In terms of timing, we're going to go from now 9:30 till noon. We'll break at noon for lunch, followed by our in-camera meeting. And just to mark this time, council, it's 1 until 2:30. So it's we're back in chambers a half hour earlier. So we'll return to chambers from 2:30 till 5 p.m. And then we have a public hearing from 6 scheduled till 10 tonight. In camera, we're required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons are listed on the agenda. Would someone move that motion, please? Thank you, Councillor Carr. Second, Councillor Wiebe. Thank you. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Any opposed? Thanks. That's passed unanimously. Council, we have 6 sets of minutes, so I'll try to get through them quickly. Minutes 1 are from the council meeting following the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services. A meeting of June 8th, 15th, and 16th. Any corrections?
Move adoption.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Seconder?
Second, Councillor Bly.
I heard Councillor Carr first, but I'm listening for everybody. Are any all those in favor, yay? Opposed, nay?
Nay.
Thanks, that's passed. Minutes 2 are from the special council business license hearing of June 15th. Any corrections? Mover?
Move adoption.
Councillor Domino, thanks. Seconder?
Kirby-Young.
Councillor Kirby-Young, I heard. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. I don't hear any. Thank you, that's passed. Minutes 3 from the council meeting of June 21st. Any corrections? Have a mover, please.
Swanson.
Carr, seconded by Councillor Swanson. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Thank you. Minutes 4 from the public hearing of June 21st. Any corrections? Mover?
Move adoption.
Councillor Bly, second. I think I heard Councillor Dominato for second. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. That's passed. Minutes 5 are from the council meeting following the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting of June 22nd. Any corrections? Councillor Dejanova, I heard, moved, seconded by Councillor Carr. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Right, last one, minute 6 are from the public hearing of June 23rd. Any corrections? Moved by Councillor Dejanova, seconder.
Second.
Councillor
Yeah.
Weeb, thank you. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Thanks very much. Okay, Council, we're moving to the consent agenda now. We have a number of speakers listed today, so there are only a few reports eligible for the consent agenda. We have reports 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that is, I'll read out the titles. Report number 2, the debenture program. Report number 3, amendments to impounding and vehicles for hire bylaws. Number 4, which is the Drake Street statutory right-of-way. Number 5, the Friendship City program, and referral report 1, which is the miscellaneous amendments, are on the, yep, I have Councillor Weeb. Did you want to hold any of these?
Yeah, can we hold report number 5, or report
Okay.
number 3?
Number 3. Anybody else want to hold anything? Okay, can I have a mover then for the,
Why?
okay, I heard, geez, who did I hear first? I think I heard Councillor Carr, and then I heard Councillor Bly second. Anybody want to declare conflict of interest in any of these? Should have asked that earlier, sorry. Otherwise, all in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great, so we've passed report number 2, which is the debenture program of 2022. Report number 4, 600 Drake Street statutory right-of-way, the Granville Loops Road construction, and referral report 1, miscellaneous amendments concerning various CD1 bylaws. We'll deal with the held items in a second. Okay, so we're moving to the reports. Right, okay. So we're going to start with report number 1, R1, historical discrimination against people of South Asian Canadian descent. And I'm going to ask first, any conflict of interest on these? On this? No, I don't see any. We have Sandra Singh, the GM of ACCS, here to introduce this item. Council, we do have a number of speakers too to speak to this item, but we'll turn over to General Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm pleased to be here this morning with colleagues from Social Policy and Projects to present this interim update report on the work in response to the referred council motion from July 2019 entitled Historical Discrimination Against People of South Asian Descent in Vancouver. This motion was referred to the Racial and Ethno-Cultural Equity Advisory Committee and staff to provide recommendations to Council on the historical discrimination against this community by early 2020. Recognizing that recommendations regarding historical discrimination should be based on historical information and community engagement, staff discussed with the city manager at the time how to approach the motion, given there were no resources assigned to undertake the work with the original referral. Accordingly, we sought funding in the 2020 budget to advance initial research and community engagement in order to support the development of recommendations. Council approved this funding for 2020, and unfortunately, the onset of COVID in early 2020 and the resulting ongoing impacts meant that we were later than we had hoped to be in working with community and reporting back to Council. In the fall of 2021, we were able to initiate the work and are very pleased to be here with an update on status and interim recommendations. I would like to thank the members of the Community Advisory Committee who have been engaging with staff since January to discuss their thoughts on the approach to revealing and building an understanding of the history of this community's historical experiences and treatment in Vancouver, and their consideration on whether there should be an apology and or what redress looks like from their perspective. We very much appreciate their engagement. With me today are Ari Bula, our social planner, who has been on the ground with this work, our senior planner, Mumbi Mena, and Assistant Director of Social Policy and Projects, Wilma Clark, and our Director of Social Policy and Projects, Mary Claire Zach. Ari will now take you through a brief presentation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Arvinder Buller. I also go by Ari. My pronouns are she and her, and I currently fulfill the role of social planner for the Anti-Racism and Cultural Redress team in the Arts, Culture, and Community Services Department at the City of Vancouver. And I personally identify as a Sikh, Punjabi, first-generation immigrant, and a South Asian Canadian, and I will be presenting this interim report. As staff with racialized communities on recognition of and redress for historic discrimination, it is with the understanding and recognition that the city is on the unceded and traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, and this work on reconciliation with Indigenous communities acknowledges their constitutional rights as unique and distinct. In Council's motion, The Historical Discrimination Against People of South Asian Descent of July 2019, Council directed staff to report back and work and engage collaboratively with South Asian communities to provide recommendations in support of redress, including potential plans for a public acknowledgement and formal apology, to provide a summary of Vancouver laws, regulations, and policies that discriminated against people of South Asian descent from the late 1890s to present, to prepare a scope of work, budget, and timeline to ensure consideration into the budget process, and recommended actions City Council could take or announce in tandem with the Punjabi Market's 50th anniversary, which was virtual due to the pandemic. The motion was referred to the Racial and Ethno-Cultural Equity Advisory Committee, and staff were directed to work with them and report back on recommendations coming from that work. The recommendations being presented in this interim report are that Council receive this interim report as an update of work to date on the development of recommendations to Council to acknowledge and address historical discrimination and ongoing racism against people of South Asian Canadian descent. That Council endorse staff to continue to work with the Community Advisory Group and community partners to conduct ongoing research, including historical research, document analysis, data collection, and broader community engagement to inform development of recommended actions. Funding needed to continue this work will need to be considered for the 2023 budget process. That Council also endorsed staff to advance work on the following action while planning priorities identified by the community, which was identified by the Community Advisory Group. As part of ongoing interdepartmental work with Punjabi Market, explore the steps and resources that may be needed in formally recognizing Punjabi Market as a historically and culturally significant area, and report back on feasibility and considerations in the final report. Identify priorities with regard to the creation and preservation of South Asian Canadian community spaces in Vancouver in response to erasure and loss of cultural heritage, and include recommendations in the final report. Prepare for a secondary street renaming after the Komagata Maru to be implemented after the completion of the commemoration policy, and work with the community to explore other opportunities to commemorate areas of historical and cultural significance to the South Asian Canadian community in Vancouver. To provide a historical overview, South Asians first arrived in Canada in the late 1800s, early 1900s, seeking opportunities, including decent wages to support themselves and their families back home. The South Asian community's history in Vancouver highlights connections to many local, cultural, and historically significant events and places, and showcases continued activism and resilience as they faced intense racism, challenged many forms of oppression, and fought for human rights. Preliminary research from 1904 to present highlight many examples of racism and injustices that violate human rights, mainly to center the need to preserve whiteness and the colonial frame of thinking of protecting the white man's province. There are many occurrences where the city, previous mayor, council, and leadership were directly involved in perpetuating racial injustices towards the South Asian Canadian communities. Note this is not an exhaustive list. Some examples are beginning in 1907, as South Asian immigration started rising, South Asians were denied the right to vote in Vancouver by council implementing a change in the Municipality and Corporation Act. A Vancouver councillor stated at the time, "As far as Canada is concerned, it shall remain white." The effects of this move were profound. It denied South Asians the right to vote federally, as in British federally, as in British Columbia at the time, the criteria for voting federally required being entered on the provincial voters list, which if you couldn't vote municipally, then you couldn't be entered on the provincial voters list. This led to a 40-year struggle, including lobbying, community rallying, fundraising, and protesting to be included in the political process and to get South Asians the right to vote back. Another example is supporting oppressive and restrictive immigration laws. One occurrence includes when Vancouver Mayor Alexander Bethune sent telegrams to Wilfrid Laurier, the Prime Minister of Canada, with his concerns about South Asian immigration increasing and that immigration from India should be discouraged. The Prime Minister then followed up by writing to the Governor General informing that, and I quote, "The situation with regard to the Hindus is far more serious, and to speak frankly, I see no solution for it except quietly checking the exodus from India," end quote. Another example is promoting anti-Asian sentiments, which had detrimental impacts. A prominent example that stands out is Vancouver Mayor Alexander Bethune and several city councillors were founding members of Vancouver's Asian Exclusion League, a racist and exclusionary group who publicly promoted its aim to keep Oriental immigrants, including Japanese, Chinese, and South Asians, out of British Columbia. Now, this is not an exhaustive list, and these were the historical examples that we picked for this. And so this leads to the legacy impacts stemming from historical discrimination, including the generational loss, which includes family connections, language, culture, which has tremendous effects on the community in Vancouver today. There is a significant South Asian Canadian population in Vancouver. There's a 43% increase in Vancouver from 1996 to 2016. There are over 37,000 residents in Vancouver and over 291,000 across the Metro Vancouver region. At least 61 different languages are spoken by South Asian residents, which shows the complexity of the South Asian communities. And a recent CDC survey showed that 20% of South Asian respondents reported that they experienced increased racism during the pandemic. To embark on this work, due to pandemic delays, work was initiated in August 2021. Staff began preliminary historical research over fall, and to embark on this work, we convened a community advisory group in January of 2022. The community advisory group met once a month and was able to accomplish the following: provided input on overall project, including preliminary research and future public engagement sessions, supported review of historical policies and practices of discrimination, and shared lived experience and stories, recommended steps and actions, including initial actions while we plan that the city could take to acknowledge past harms and address current discrimination facing South Asian Canadians in Vancouver. Each member that joined this committee chose to carry the weight of this work on behalf of their families and on South Asian Canadian communities, as well as the weight of intergenerational trauma, balancing competing demands for their time, and many other pressures that came along with being members of targeted and marginalized community that is seeking redress. We would like to staff would like to thank them for giving them their time, guidance, and knowledge throughout this process so far. I know some are here today to speak, and many are watching online. The Racial, Ethno-Cultural, and Equity Advisory Committee has been updated about ongoing work, and prior to returning to council, will be provided an opportunity to review the final recommendations. The Community Advisory Group has identified areas of focus to reflect the potential to remedy the impacts of historical discrimination. This includes a lack of recognition of the value of South Asian Canadian communities' tangible and intangible traditions, historic underrepresentation in community processes, historic lack of access to influence and power, and other impacts of systemic racism and discrimination. From our engagement with the Community Advisory Group, staff heard that they identified initial following areas for future consideration. This includes economic development, investing in cultural food protection, support for struggling South Asian businesses, and grant support. Human resources, review of policies reflecting the review of policies and reflecting diversity of South Asian Canadian staff and leadership roles in the city, and increasing outreach to South Asian community partnerships and policing. We also heard that prior to a public apology being issued, that the Community Advisory Group has noted that they would like to see the city's full commitment to redress past harms by supporting, funding, and carrying through their recommendations, and plans for a public acknowledgement and formal apology can then be considered during the larger community engagement sessions with this very diverse South Asian communities in Vancouver. In terms of next steps, should council approve the recommendations in this interim report, staff will finalize the review of historic and current city policies and procedures for any discriminatory impact on South Asian Canadian communities, including displacement and erasure. Gather historical information, including the lived experiences and impact of racism from elders, descendants of early pioneers in South Asian Canadian communities, and others. Analysis of how historic discrimination and its legacy and ongoing racism continues to impact newcomers of South Asian descent. And staff will explore collaboration with South Asian Canadian organizations, educational institutions, community historians, researchers, and other levels of government. For next steps in regards to broader community engagement and outreach and education, we would continue to work with the advisory group to identify and prioritize meaningful and effective actions that recognize the impacts of historic discrimination for the refinement of final recommendations to council, to begin engagement with subgroups within the diverse South Asian Canadian communities, work on and or support the development of education and awareness materials on the historic discrimination that South Asian communities face today and its impact. Continue to update the Racial and Ethnocultural Equity Advisory Committee on progress and recommendations. For next steps involving initial actions while planning, as part of the ongoing departmental work with Punjabi Market, explore the steps and resources that may be needed in formally recognizing Punjabi Market as a historically and culturally significant area, and report back on feasibility and considerations in the final report. Identify priorities with regard to the creation and preservation of South Asian Canadians community spaces in Vancouver, and to prepare for a secondary street renaming of after the Komagata Maru to be implemented after the commemoration policy, and work with the community to explore other opportunities to commemorate areas of historical and cultural significance to the South Asian Canadian community today. So for concluding remarks, the initial work to address historical discrimination against people of South Asian Canadian descent has been an opportunity for the city to open the dialogue and build new relationships with a small group of representatives within the larger South Asian Canadian communities. Engagement with the broader community is critical to uncover and acknowledge the truth about the past. A crucial part of moving forward is to ensure that past injustices are not repeated in the future, and that all communities can have an equitable future in Vancouver. Thank you.
Thanks so much for the presentation. Council, we've got a round of questions here up to 5 minutes, and we do have 16 speakers signed up to speak to this item. So Councillor Weeb, you're on the queue whenever you're...
Yeah, first, thanks so much for this report. I learned so much through reading in. I appreciate all the work that's gone into it. My first one says that before a formal apology, the city needs to show full commitment to the redress by funding and supporting work. Can you talk about what was funded in the recent capital plan that would help move this work forward, recognizing we want to show that we're willing to fund these significant projects to make areas like Punjabi Village, right? I know there's a lot of work. We want to do a new gate, different work to improve Punjabi Village. So can you talk to a little bit about what we're doing to ensure that we are fully committed to funding this work?
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. Andrew Pask, Planning Department. To respond to your question, there are no items in the capital plan that are funded, but there are 2 items that are being funded right now with respect to the Punjabi Market work that's ongoing. This is an interdepartmental collaboration with planning, ACCS, and engineering. We have, and this will be outlined in a memo that you'll be receiving shortly, reallocated funds from our departmental budgets to look at supporting commercial area capacity building in Punjabi Market, and also to undertake some public realm interventions to improve lighting and to look at a lighting study. Both of these items coming out of some engagement work that we did with the Punjabi Market community and members of the Punjabi Market Collective.
Okay, thank you. And in recommendation B, it talks about funding needed to continue this work will be considered. What is the extent of the funding that's needed? Recognizing it says that we'll need to deprioritize existing initiatives to free up that funding. So can you talk about what we would need to do and what funding is needed to really make sure that we can hold to our commitment?
Thanks, Councillor Wiebe, for the question. Sandra Singh, General Manager. At this point, in order to continue our work with community, we've reallocated resources within ACCS, and then what we will do is bring forward recommendations for the 2023 budget process that would identify the supports needed to implement recommendations arising from the community. So we don't have those final recommendations yet, but we'll bring those forward in 2023.
But once we have the kind of understanding of what's really needed, then we can budget for it.
Yeah, but we have that reallocated internally within ACCS to continue the engagement and research.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Up to 5.
Thanks. I also had questions around funding and that how that relates to committing to implementation. So just wanted to clarify, Councillor Wiebe asked this too, but the current position leading this work is continuing, and Council will get a further budget breakdown in a memo and then in information leading to the next budget.
Thank you for the question. Yes, we've extended the funding we've been able to extend this position until the end of Q1 next year through reallocation, and we anticipate bringing recommendations in the 2023 budget with regard to the staffing resources and any other resources needed.
Okay. And maybe this gets to what Mr. Pask was saying, but are there supports? I'm wondering about the grants that we've been and work we've done with businesses in Chinatown to support them, and if there are similar models we're looking at or able to bring forward to support South Asian businesses, not just in Punjabi Market, but in Punjabi Market and elsewhere. Thank you. Hearings.
Thanks. Sorry, we're just juggling speaking opportunities here. Councillor Boyle, we are focused right now on Punjabi Market with our interventions. There is specifically a set of activities we anticipate undertaking related to commercial area capacity building, more work with the area merchants, the property owners, and so on. In so much as larger collaboration with other South Asian businesses are concerned, that's not part of the scope of our work at this point in time, but it conceivably could be in the future.
Okay. I will leave it there too. Looking forward to hearing speakers. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up actually just a little bit on the thread, and I appreciate Councillor Wiebe's earlier questions addressed some of the deprioritized funding elsewhere. What are we actively doing in Punjabi Market right now? I think that's, having just attended a Canada Day and seeing sort of on the ground, there's so many opportunities for placemaking and acknowledgement. And do we have any actions that we can staunch the bleed out, as it were?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Fry. Again, this is about to be laid out in a memo that we're putting together for you, but just for Council's benefit, there were a number of Council motions introduced with respect to Punjabi Market in 2016, 2018, and then most recently with this Council as well. In response to that, staff interdepartmentally have been working with community members in Punjabi Market to identify a series of quick wins. So our colleagues in engineering, who unfortunately are not here today to speak to this, have been working with community members to assist with placemaking interventions, sanitation activities, the creation of a placemaking node, and other activities. There's been some funding from the city for murals as well. So there are an array of what we are referring to as quick wins that respond to the Council motion from 2019. We've also been working with the community to identify their opportunities to further collaborate and to focus on potential changes and interventions to support the business and community, and to recognize the importance of Punjabi Market as a social, economic, and cultural hub for the community.
Okay, well, thanks to you and your team for that, and also to, obviously, the community and the collective for their work. A second question I had, there, obviously, and so much of this is reflected in the federal and provincial governments of the day and their sort of discriminatory acts. And I know that I see acknowledgement in here about seeking funding from them. What could that possibly look like? Have we had conversations with Minister Sajjan and Legislative Member Lee, who I know are all keen on this particular subject? In fact, I think we have a letter of support from Michael Lee. Has there been any work with senior government as yet?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Sandra saying there has not been discussion yet, but we do anticipate as we get more clarity on what we would be looking for from our discussion and engagement with the community, we would come back and bring those ideas forward for advocacy.
Okay, and we anticipate there are funding buckets there to support this work.
Certainly, there could be through tourism, arts and culture at the provincial level and Heritage Canada, certainly. And as Ari noted, there's a wide range of impacts that are being explored, such as economic development, human resources, ties to career pathways and professional development. And so, kind of depending on what comes out of those discussions out of the community engagement and with the advisory committee on specific actions, then we would target specific programs.
Thank you. And seeing that we have correspondence from senior government, is there a role for this council to advocate with our senior government colleagues for support for this work?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there is.
Okay. Now, or should we wait?
Can I confer with staff and?
Sure thing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra.
Thanks so much. Councillor Carr?
Thanks, Mayor. I also have a question about the funding. I would like staff to let me know if I'm correct in remembering that in the last term, we did a major event, and there was a lot of staff work in terms of addressing the historical discrimination and providing an apology for it by the city to the people of Canadian Chinese descent. And I'm wondering why, or just I'm wondering if that money and the staffing required to do that work and that event was just included in the operating budget, because I don't remember voting on some special amount of money and moving it from some other pot into ACCS pot to do that work.
Councillor Sandra Singh, the work that led up to the historic apology occurred, my understanding is around it was many years ago. I was not there, so I don't know what the funding source was for that preliminary work that led to the apology. Out of that apology came a series of directions to staff related to transformation in Chinatown, economic and heritage development, and as well as the UNESCO. So that work arose out of that apology, but I'm afraid I don't have a understanding of the budget source for what led up to that. But we could certainly find that information.
So what is the downside of just including it in the budget? Like, why have council make a choice between funding that and defunding something else? Is it not just work that we should be doing on an ongoing basis?
So in terms of kind of the additional resources that are required to undertake community engagement and research of this nature, we don't have in ACCS and in many departments, we don't have a standing kind of research bucket that we can allocate at our discretion, or a general community engagement budget that we can allocate at our discretion. We come to council for funding to support the development of strategies or policies that typically include that research, that engagement, components. And so we do, as part of our base budgets, we just don't carry those types of discretions.
Okay, and you're going to get back to me on where the funding came from.
Mary Claire might have some more information.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Mary Claire Zach, Managing Director, Social Policy. Just to respond to your question about the funding source, we did have funding provided by the provincial government called the Great Beginnings Fund. And this was funding that was used to help support the work for the apology to Chinese Canadians. That was about 5 or 6 years ago. So that's a response to that.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thanks. Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Mayor. A few of my questions have been asked, but I do want to pursue one around placemaking and visibility and heritage in the community. Back, I believe it was in 2019, maybe in 2020, we passed a direction around the downtown public space strategy to ensure that we incorporate historical markers and signage to communicate the diverse and collective ethnocultural history and heritage of the city, and was drawn from the fact that in many cases, the different communities of that make up our city and have founded our city aren't reflected, and we don't have much in the way of communicating, as well as wayfinding. So I'm curious if staff could comment on that, if that direction will tie into the work that's being undertaken here in terms of responding to the historical discrimination.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. I can give you a response that's a bit more focused on Punjabi market because the motions that you passed in 2019 and most recently actually do specifically reference public space, public realm, and placemaking there. So absolutely, there is an intent to look at an array of placemaking interventions that might be appropriate. Staff have been working with community members to do so already, and I would just give a shout out to the Punjabi Market Collective for their fantastic work identifying those and actually taking the lead and undertaking that. I know staff and engineering have been working to support that quite a lot, and we are looking at further conversations and identifying particular actions that might be taken, whether that's historical markers or signage. As you say, there's some in the market already, but other types of intervention that may be appropriate as well to foster lively public life in there, in the spirit of the downtown public space plan as well.
I appreciate that. I think that addresses my question because I think part of it stemmed from recognizing, and you're right, in terms of the collective has done a lot of leadership in the Punjabi market. But I think that work, it flowed from the fact that we have many people descending upon our downtown core, and with the history of the Komagata Maru, that there needs to be more visibility in the downtown, and particularly as we have tourists and visitors coming up, and not to detract from other parts of the city. I think that we need to lift up, and that was part of, I think, the intent behind that motion. And so I hope that will be incorporated as part of this work, is what I'm asking.
It will, and I might just give a little nod to the upcoming Vancouver plan discussion, which also has a chapter on public space and looks at ethnoculture and other types of neighborhoods and market areas, and contemplates potential changes in placemaking work there as well. So there's more to come on that.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, thanks. I have a couple of follow-ups. One is with respect to reading the quotes in the report provided by some of the initial advisory committee members and some of the letters. One of the specific desired outcomes was a South Asian Cultural Center. And I wonder, given the challenges we have around the capital plan and sort of often these things are funded by CACs, not a lot of development in this area, what kinds of options we might have in order to make something like that happen? Is that something that could be done in partnership with a development? Is it something that could utilize storefront in the area? What kind of creative ways could we bring something like a cultural center to life without a substantive capital cost, but trying to deliver on that request?
Thank you for your question. I think this was brought forward by the Community Advisory Group in regards to making multiple spaces. The vision may be to explore a potential for a larger South Asian community center, but that needs to be discussed further at further community with further community consultation and engagement. And I think plans for that, or where it could possibly look to be, would be potentially in the Punjabi market or expanded beyond that, as this work doesn't just focus on the Punjabi market. It really does. What we heard is we really need to focus on being visible all across Vancouver. And so the plan could be to have something like that in downtown or in an area where people, like there's an educational component, an arts component, and a gathering component for this potential community center.
So following up on that, not presupposing the outcome in the community discussions, but just asking the question in terms of what's the breadth of conversation and creativity going to be around that? So you're saying it could be in underutilized spaces. Let's say the art gallery moves to its new location in the future and the building becomes distinct cultural uses. It could be something as creative as that to utilizing storefronts in Punjabi market. Are we kind of open to considering a whole breadth of options or ideas?
Councillor Sandra saying, I think once we have kind of that idea of the range of possibilities for this, we could start spaces and opportunities that could.
Okay, thank you. And then following up on the placemaking conversation and Councillor Dominato's and others' questions in terms of placemaking, either commemoration or public art. And I remember when I was on the park board, there was a request from Sunset Community Association there to have commemorative markers within the footprint of the park. Sometimes there's opportunities through public art. And again, a lot of public art dollars are tied to specific developments, but just trying to get a bit more tangible responses to opportunities to move that forward, whether it's through existing budgets, whether it's through funding that council provides to the mural festival and directing some murals to take place in Punjabi market. Can you provide some comments around sort of specific tactics that we could lever to deliver some of that placemaking in the short term?
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. So there are a couple of avenues that could be taken. I would just reiterate again, there has been a budgetary allocation in the engineering department, moving some funds around to support placemaking there now. With regard to the parks, I think probably best if park staff were to respond to that. Unfortunately, we don't have anyone here today to do so. But in the course of our interdepartmental work with Punjabi Market, we have been working with park staff in the past, and they are certainly aware of some of the concerns and aspirations, and have also worked with the community. So we'll have to get back to you on specific opportunities in the park area. But broadly speaking, our engineering department is working with Punjabi Market community members to identify a number of options and opportunities. Some funding has been identified. There is an array of things that we're looking at. There is also a number of existing programs, Green Streets, and others that have been used to advance various placemaking quick wins to date. And we anticipate looking at those opportunities in the array of existing programs to further that work.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thanks so much. That is it for council questions. We're going to move on to the speakers list. Again, council, we have 16 registered speakers. Speakers have up to 5 minutes to make their statements, followed by potential questions from council of up to 3 minutes. So we're going to start with Preet Kang, speaker number 1, Preet Kang. Thanks so much for coming in today.
Hello, am I audible?
Hi.
Okay.
You have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for having me here. My name is Preet Kang. My pronouns are they, ze. And I moved to this land about 4 years ago, and I have been studying at UBC. And I got into this work as a research assistant and worked on this project for 2.5 months, actually 3.5 months, I think. But one of the things was today I couldn't bring myself to say anything or prepare anything for this. I prepared it right here because I did not believe if it would actually lead to something. I have, like other committee members, advisory, I do have other work. I do have other things that we have committed to. And this, we had to take a time out each month for our 2-hour-long meeting to readdress like the trauma that has occurred over time, only for it to be turned into a memo without even getting a chance to speak here. And when you do get a chance, it's like less than 1 week's notice. And most of the people have backed out from presenting because they had other commitments. They couldn't be here. So I'll just start with what I had prepared. So we have been on this land since 1905, I think 1904. That's when the first South Asian person actually moved to Vancouver and Victoria. And there had been consistent efforts to stop immigration since. And I want you to think about MP McBride, who said, "We in British Columbia want no more Hindus. We have on the court of British Columbia Chinamen and Japs running our stores. They're running white people out." And this is a man who has been memorialized by naming a small community in BC, a school in New Westminster, a park in Kitsilano, a boulevard, and a few other things. So what we wanted was to get the recognition that we deserve, to get the recognition, to get the memorialization of the work at least we have done. Nothing beyond that. When I say that, the work, for example, Quetzalano has no signage except for the ones put up by community members of any sign where South Asian community lived there. Whereas the first Gurdwara, the Sikh temple, actually opened in Quetzalano in North America. There isn't any signage of that except for one small plaque put up by community members. That's it. The city has made no efforts. And the next thing would be talking about Mayor Bethune, Alexander Bethune, and he was a part of Asiatic Exclusion League. And first of all, they had a song named White Canada Forever. It was just a bad song. It was bland. Like, I wish they had like something more going on there. But yeah, other than that, he consistently made efforts to, he was a part of the anti-Asiatic riots that happened in 1907. And he did lead a meeting that ended up causing those riots. It's the same day. So what I'm asking is, if all those people can be memorialized, why can't we? Why can't we just get Punjabi market? Why can't we just get a recognition of like South Asian community in Quetzalano? The doom of the Gurdwara, the Sikh temple, was found in someone's garage a few, I don't know, years ago. Dr. Satvinder Benz told us. And that is an important thing. That is the preservation of the history we are asking for. And another reason why I couldn't bring myself to say anything or prepare anything for this was because we created a whole report. We did one-on-one interviews. We did qualitative analysis of the conversations we had with the advisory members. Only for what? To create another advisory comments, because the report would be edited, watered down by the time it's read to the council. Why did we have to ask for extra advisory comments? Why didn't they believe in the first time? Why do we have to do that? And also, when community leaders are going through this, when they are not being heard, how would I be heard, who's someone who just moved here like a few years ago and has no idea of my place here? How would I be heard when you won't even hear the community leaders' advisory comments and turn it into a memo rather than a report? And the next thing is, I think I had no idea about the history here. And I am very actively involved in the city, and as in like not as in work or anything, but like exploring the city and learning about the history of the city. I had no idea until I started this work. Until 4 years later, after taking multiple classes on migration and everything, I had no idea about most of the history. And that's one thing we want, is to have a team, have an action plan rather than a vague memo of what is there to come. Thank you.
Thank you for your time today. I don't see any questions for you, so I am going to move to the next speaker. We have Kathleen Johal, speaker number 2. Thanks for coming in today. Really appreciate it. You have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much. Sat Sri Akal and good morning. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Council for allowing this time in today's agenda to hear what the South Asian community has to say. My name is Jasleen Kaur Johal. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a Sikh and a second-generation immigrant of Punjabi descent. I'm a full-time student and I work within the nonprofit sector. Today, I'd like to share with you a timeline of events which has been circulating through my mind in anticipation for today's Council meeting. In the early 1900s, South Asian men were able to travel across the globe by sea in search of a land in which to pursue a life of honest work and a hope for the future. In 1907, an act was passed prohibiting the right of South Asian immigrants from voting within the city of Vancouver's municipal elections. Years later, the Canadian Dominion Franchise Bill would effectively deny the federal right to vote to all who had been denied provincially. Due to the City of Vancouver's decision, this meant that hundreds of South Asian men who were living and working for this land already were formally made aware that they are not wanted here. In 1908, as the Sikh community in Vancouver had organized their first Nagar Kirtan to celebrate the Vaisakhi and the birth of the Khalsa, that very same year, the continuous passage regulation was enforced in efforts to curb Indian immigration. In 1914, a crowded ship from Hong Kong holding 376 passengers, known as the Komagata Maru, arrived in Vancouver Burrard Inlet. The ship was barred from docking and held for 2 months before being escorted out of the harbor. Upon return to India, 19 of the men on board were killed by gunfire after disembarking. Many others were imprisoned. In 1947, South Asian, Chinese, Japanese, and Indigenous men who had served in either World War I or World War II were finally given the right to vote. However, it would continue to be an uphill battle to ensure that this right was secure for all. Today, over a century has passed, and I stand before you in hopes of communicating to you, the Council, that a century of experiences, pain, suffering, sacrifice, resilience, and the small joys that our community has celebrated for itself, through all of this, all of these experiences matter. They matter enough to be spoken about, to be written about, and enough to be done something about, to ensure that now and moving forward, South Asian voices will no longer be silenced, and South Asian stories will no longer be brushed aside. Thank you.
Thanks so much for coming in today and sharing your thoughts on this very important matter. I don't see any questions, so we are going to move to the next speaker. We have Gulzar Nanda, speaker number 3. Thanks so much for coming in.
Thank you. I don't want to seem ungrateful, particularly because the last 2 years working with good people from this institution has been an extremely rewarding experience for me. However, I cannot say those feelings have transferred to what I see as one of the most meaningful and pivotal actions in my life to date, which is advising the City of Vancouver on actions it can take to uncover and address its history of probable discrimination towards my community. Anne Frank once wrote, "Feelings can't be ignored no matter how unjust or ungrateful they may seem." In that vein, I will speak to my experience as a member of this advisory group. From day one, I have felt that the city has set our advisory group up to fail. Our group was charged with undertaking half a decade's or more worth of work in a matter of 6 months. Not only that, but there was exactly one social planner charged with uncovering over 100 years of our history. The resources in no way matched the scope of the work. To me, this whole initiative has felt like a political ruse to show our community that you care about us ahead of a civic election in October. Although what I'm doing right now is political, social justice work does not exist exclusively in the realm of politics. It also exists in the realm of emotion and feeling. In 2017, an administrative report addressed to this very chamber captures the sentiment perfectly. Under the heading City General Manager's Comments reads, "The HDC initiative is a significant city initiative and provides an important opportunity to learn a lesser known part of the history of our city. Although the discrimination and the sufferings of people at that time were difficult to imagine in the context of today's more open and progressive society, the impact can still be felt among some of the descendants and families of those early Chinese residents who suffered from family separation, economic hardships, and social isolation. The key learning from the initiative is to ensure that this history will not repeat, and we remain vigilant in upholding the values of equity, justice, and well-being for all. The advisory group's recommendations reaffirm Vancouver as a city of reconciliation in which diverse communities can share and learn from the past, collectively address current challenges, and plan for a better future for all." This passage was taken verbatim from a report to City Council regarding the historical discrimination against Chinese people in Vancouver. A similar passage exists in the report in front of you today. The city manager's comments read as such: "The city manager recommends approval of the foregoing." If you're like me, the juxtaposition between these two comments is jarring, particularly because the former truly exhibits an understanding of the social, political, and emotional stakes, whereas the latter does not. I cannot help but feel that somewhere between 2017 and 2022, the city has lost its way. Where is the vigilance in upholding the values of equity, justice, and well-being for the South Asian community? The poet Heinrich Heine wrote, "He only profits from praise who values criticism." So I say this not to blame or guilt you, but to remind you of the values this chamber should be praised for, values that unfortunately have felt absent for the 6 months I've been part of this advisory group. This report recommends a $75,000 capital injection to continue our work, but it is not nearly enough. If you go ahead with adopting that ask, the resources do not meet the demands of the scope our advisory group has outlined. At the very least, this work requires 2 permanent staff members. Not only that, these staff members require additional resources in the form of a fund that they can use to advance the work. Additionally, we need time. Standing here today, I cannot give you a reasonable outline for how long each phase will take or when we will be finished. Nor do I think I should be obligated to outline this for you. Unlike budgets, rezonings, or bylaws, which is the regular business of this council and is attended to on an ongoing basis, you only get one shot at addressing the inequities faced by our community. I'm asking you, please don't miss. Thank you.
Thanks. You do have questions, Councillor Kirby-Young? Up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and good morning, Gulsar.
Good morning.
Thank you for your honest and heartfelt comments. I guess I just wanted to sort of follow up on what you're suggesting. And the city has been undertaking redress work with a number of our cultural communities, including the South Asian community, and it's difficult work. What I hear you saying is that the how is as important as the why. So what is it that you feel the learnings are and that we need to focus on or sort of the most in terms of being most significant to be successful in this effort? And you referenced time, for example, but what else is it you think needs to be learned and kind of guide this process moving forward?
You know, I feel like widespread outreach is really important. Right now, the city has a mode where they go to the leaders in the community who are seen as some sort of pillar. But, you know, I'm here today as just one person. Our community is in the hundreds of thousands in the Lower Mainland. I would like to see the city do more outreach. And I understand that the scope for the city is within Vancouver, but you have to understand over 100 years of history in Vancouver, there's been migration due to, you know, some of the policies that the city has. The people who were discriminated against probably, or were for sure 100%, their families might not live in the city of Vancouver anymore. And you have to be in touch with them as an institution to understand sort of what the effects of your actions were or the actions of those at those time. I also feel that, you know, there's always this pressure to get things done on a deadline because of the reality of elections. But I don't think that work like this needs to be done on some sort of deadline. I feel like they should be open-ended. That once the community says, "Hey, we're ready to move on to the next phase," that the city's also lock in step with us. Throughout this process, I've felt that we've been sort of pushed in certain directions instead of being heard. And I feel like, you know, if it really matters to you, the engagement, you should hear us and take what we say as a group and move in lock in step with us. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. So just reflecting back to make sure that I've got it. So broader outreach, letting the community guide the timelines and the process.
Yeah. And I think, if I may add, the resources are extremely important. The reason I can't tell you today, hey, this is going to take this long, part of it is that we don't know exactly, you know, well, we don't feel that there's enough resources dedicated to this work. If we know that, okay, there's these many planners or it's interdepartmental work that, you know, there's this much staff dedicated to it, then maybe we could be like, hey, realistically, this is a timeline. But right now, one planner, you never know. And it's the scope of the work that the advisory group has put forward is, like I said in my statement, more than half a decade.
Okay. And so you would be happy in
Sorry, that's the 3 minutes. Councillor Kirby-Young, we're sorry, it's shorter for council questions. We're on to Councillor Weep, up to 3.
Yeah, I'll just quickly follow up. The in the report, it talks about the community advisory group emphasized that for this to really work, the city needed to commit to funding, supporting, and carrying through these recommendations. Do you think if we commit to that, that you believe that the city can get back to a place where there's trust from the community that we believe in this chambers in equity, justice, and well-being?
You know, I think it's a bit of a loaded question because if you do it just for the South Asian community and there's other communities that are in the same position as me, or us, sorry, I don't think you have reached that goal.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for questions. Appreciate you coming in today. We have speaker number 4 now, Jag Nagra. Sorry. Hi there. Thanks so much for coming in.
Hello.
You have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Sat Sri Akal. Thank you for having me here today and holding space for us. My name is Jagandeep Nagra, or Jag. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm a visual artist, a gay rights advocate, and the vice chair of the Punjabi Market Collective. We are a registered nonprofit organization working to revitalize Punjabi Market, which is located on Main Street between 48 and 51st Avenues. Punjabi Market was established in May of 1970 and has been around for 52 years. And for the first few decades, it was a booming cultural hub for South Asians across North America. This was a place where our parents and our grandparents came to feel a sense of belonging in a new country, a place where they felt at home. My mom purchased her bridal wear from Punjabi Market. And in the 80s, when my dad had to go to Victoria for a family function, he drove from Surrey to Himalaya restaurant to buy 20 pounds of jalebis, which are Indian sweets, and took them on the ferry with him. There was no place like this in British Columbia where South Asians could get their food, spices, traditional clothing, or bridal jewelry. This was a very important cultural space. I myself have fond memories of driving with my family from Maple Ridge, where I grew up, and spending the day following my parents and aunts from store to store while they haggled the price of gold and purchased swaths of fabric. I remember the scent of incense when I walked into stores. I remember the colorful garments flowing in the wind on the sidewalk in front of shop windows. To this day, I still make sure I order chole bhature at All India restaurant. I don't even know what else they serve, to be honest. It was these memories that connect me to the work today. It's these memories that I want to pass down to my own 2 kids. And the state that it's been allowed to get in the past 2 decades is incredibly disheartening. When we came together in 2019 to form the Punjabi Market Collective, we were a bunch of volunteers passionate about this work, passionate about preserving the legacy of Punjabi Market and seeing how we could beautify it, revitalize it, and most importantly, how we could bring foot traffic back to the mom and pop shops who have called it home for decades. We didn't know what we were doing. I've never worked in a nonprofit before and certainly hadn't helped establish one before. I'm an artist. I draw pictures. But I quickly found out how much this work means to me, which is why I drive from Pitt Meadows, where I live, to the market so frequently. I've never been a resident of Vancouver, but this neighborhood matters to me. For all the businesses who established here, who ended up moving out of Vancouver to other locations, including Surrey, and all the businesses who have stayed, who have struggled over the last 2 decades, who have struggled through the pandemic, we've heard stories about how they're just getting by. In fact, this past weekend on July 1st, I went with my 4-year-old daughter and another fellow board member to some of the legacy shops in the market to urge them to lend their voice here today. We spent hours on Friday doing this work, and instead of feeling hopeful, I left feeling incredibly disheartened. We heard stories about how little investment there has been. We heard how politicians come to the market every year for photo ops or to make empty promises. We heard from shop owners who are unsure what the future holds for them as they struggle to get by and have to work 2 jobs to survive. We heard how India Gate was promised and then scrapped. Each business we spoke to on Friday had been in the market for over 20 years. Each time, it felt like the shop owners were giving us a pat on the head for trying, but that they knew nothing would happen. They'd seen it all before. What's worse is the realization that any meaningful and lasting change may likely come only after these business owners have retired or called it quits. This isn't the outcome I hoped for when we started this nonprofit, full of hope. We need politicians and the city to care about Punjabi Market. We need you to care about these mom and pop shops who have spent their livelihoods there. While we have been able to make some progress over the last year, it's easy to see that without our nonprofit advocating constantly for resources, there would be no future for Punjabi Market. And similar to our roots in Kitsilano, our presence here would be quickly erased. When this subcommittee was formed, we were given a very short period of time to do this work. I remember feeling puzzled in the first meeting how the city felt that this was an adequate period of time to do this work. We then asked for it to be turned into an interim report. There's a century of injustices that have happened to our people, and this work needs time and space. And then to have this report be turned into a memo days before we were set to speak to council in June, you can imagine the heartache that we felt. You can imagine how we felt our voices aren't important, that this work doesn't matter to the city. You can imagine how much trust, once again, has been broken. There are folks who are part of this subcommittee who have felt so let down that they didn't care to go out of their way to share their thoughts here today. My initial thoughts after learning of the memo were that my kids will one day ask for an apology for how the city handled this apology. I'm not here today to ask for an apology. Apologies don't mean anything unless they're paired with actionable change. I agreed to this work in order to see changes being made, in order to get protections of tangible and intangible heritage, protections against gentrification, resources, and for the city to show that South Asian voices, stories, and livelihoods matter to the landscape and legacy of the city.
Thank you. We are over the
Okay.
5 minutes, but if
Thank
you
you.
have a concluding sentence or something, that would be.
I actually do just have one last sentence. Reading the line in the report that says council will need to deprioritize an existing initiative to free up existing funding or approve additional property tax is another way to make us feel overlooked, not valued, and guilted for asking for resources. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You do have questions from Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, up to 3 minutes.
Sat Sri Akal, Jack. And thank you for your work with the collective. So what kind of outcome are you hoping to see from today's review and recommendations in this report from this council?
Yeah, I think, I mean, in Punjabi Market, our collective, we have been able to make changes, but, you know, how do we bring more resources? I know, as Andrew Pask mentioned, there have been some commitments that just got approved recently, but, you know, we need to see real changes happening. We need to make sure that the business owners, like a lot of them that we talked to on Friday, they're unsure how it's going to look after the summer, right? We can do as much beautification as possible. We can bring in murals, we can put up art installations. That doesn't necessarily translate into foot traffic. Right? It's hard to compete with Surrey now. Everything is in Surrey. People don't want to travel to Punjabi Market. How do we provide supports for those businesses? That's why we're doing this, right? Without the businesses, none of this would exist. The art doesn't matter if it's not for the businesses reaping the benefits of that.
So, okay, so honing in on the businesses in Punjabi Market, then what kind of supports did you guys imagine?
That's a good question. I might have to, yep. Yeah,
no,
please do.
Oh,
Oh, okay. I might have to get back to you. I need to think about that a little.
yeah, no problem at all. No, I recognize it's a volunteer role and you guys are hustling as hard as you can and trying to get this done. I'm just looking for outcomes that we can deliver to keep the ball moving. All right, thanks, Jack.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I just have a question for you. Thank you so much for coming in today. You know, what I've learned through the reconciliation work with First Nations, and I think it's a very important lesson, is that it's really up for us to make an offer to you. It's not, and not depend on you for all the answers. Would you say that's what you're kind of expressing here today, is that we should come and say, we're sorry. Here's what we can offer at this point and make the best offer we can in the hopes that you'll accept it. Is that?
I mean, you know, an apology is to the business owners, especially, it's not going to mean anything, right? It's just more words. So how do we provide supports to them in order to be able to grow their businesses, right? How do we bring people back in? And yeah, it just often feels like it's our collective asking for things, city approves it. If we stop, if we get burnt out, nothing's going to happen. People have tried in the market before. I think we need it to feel like a two-way relationship.
Right. And for us to do a bit more of the lifting on the, to say, here's the tools that we have, this is the resources we have to offer to you. And I think that's probably what we're trying to do here. I do feel from staff, it's a very genuine effort, but I'm hearing that it's, we need to do better. So I really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Coming in today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Council, we're next we're on speaker number 5 with Paul Besla.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Sure can, up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Paul Beasla. I'm a member of South Vancouver, which is on Musqueam territory. I just wanted to, first of all, acknowledge that the City of Vancouver, since we started the work, has been the only level of government that has shown real participation and collaboration in the recent progress that we have made in the last 2 years. So I want to thank council and staff. I want to give a shout out to Ari Buller and Andrew Pask, because these folks are passionate. Jazz Paul Marwa, all these folks have been so extremely passionate and involved in the work. So I just want to acknowledge their contributions. To kind of further discuss what my sentiments are, I want to also answer some of the questions that have been raised with the comments that I want to make as well. Councillor Fry asked a great question. What kinds of supports are we looking for? I think the reason this report and the subsequent findings are so important are because we can create better policies from this report. I want folks to understand that this report is an interim report, and once we get enough supports to complete it, that it should be thorough enough that better policy can be created, and through those policies, better supports can be put in place. That's why we're so focused on making sure that this isn't that this report isn't what's the word I'm looking for? Incomplete. We want it to be thorough. We want it to be thoroughly researched. We want it to be the scope of it should be as broad as possible in terms of including as many folks as we can within the South Asian diaspora, as many stories as we can, as much data as we can, because we don't want to have to revisit or re-engage with the community when we could have done it right the first time. That's why we're so insistent on doing it right this time. When we talk about supports, Council Fry asked about supports. I've spoken to those types of supports before. Council Weeb may remember asking me a similar question from a similar motion a few months back, where we talked about how we can support, because of a lack of a BIA in the Punjabi market, we can work with, city staff can work with the collective to create policies to help support businesses through things like entrepreneurial grants. Kind of stealing the thunder from the ideas that a friend had. But those are some things that we want to work towards, where we give incentives to businesses to open up in the market and things like that. I want to be mindful of my time. I think I'm about 3.5 minutes in, so please correct me if I go over time and chime in. One thing I want to be careful not to do as well while we're doing this work is to not pit our community against another, or for us to say another community got something and therefore we should get something too. It should be more genuine in nature. This is just a sentiment that I'm sharing. I think the city and staff and council accept there have been wrongs in the past, but I don't want it to be a Me Too kind of a thing where someone, because another community received an apology, therefore we should receive one too. It shouldn't be for those reasons. It should be for the right reasons. And so when things like the report are being turned into memos and then back to reports and then given small timelines of when we are able to speak to council, things like that, actions like that suggest that maybe we aren't important. That's another sentiment I think a lot of us want to convey here today. So please do it for the right reasons. And in terms of finances, because that's always going to be an issue, I would ask council and staff to work with other levels of government, like Councillor Fry has already suggested, to access more resources instead of having to take from someone else. Because as City Manager Sandra Singh said, there's no discretionary budget for this type of work, when maybe there should be. When maybe there should be a funding stream for that. But if there isn't,
Thank you.
I encourage you folks to work with other levels of government. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. You do have questions from Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr?
Thanks very much. I really appreciate you speaking to us. I get your point about pursuing money from other levels of government. But what are these entrepreneurial grants that you mentioned? Are there any that are like any sources of that kind of money that's currently being accessed?
No, I don't think there are. It's one of the reasons why I think when we're given the opportunity, or staff is given the opportunity to do that engagement with the community, they would learn that these are the types of ideas that we are sitting on to suggest and work towards. That when we do this report and it's thorough enough, that council and other levels of government will hear what we have as far as ideas are concerned to support the businesses, whether it's entrepreneurial grants, which don't exist, or some sort of tax break, a simple tax break to a business that establishes itself for the first time or for the first 2 years in the Punjabi market, because we know taxation is a huge challenge. All you folks are familiar with triple net leases and things of that sort that challenge new businesses, and a lot of them fail in the first 2 years because of all the overhead. If there was some sort of way to incentivize new businesses opening up in cultural hubs like the Punjabi market, or community spaces like Joyce Collingwood, or community places, like Japantown or Chinatown or Commercial Drive, right? Places where there are cultural hubs. If there was a way to incentivize those through tax incentive programs, I think you'd have a lot more success in folks wanting to not just take risks, but reinvest in neighborhoods maybe they even grew up in.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that answer.
Thanks so much. I don't see any other questions for you, but thanks so much for calling in today and sharing your views. I'm going to move to the next speaker, who is Meenakshi Meno.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready, please.
Okay, hi. Good afternoon. My name is Meenakshi Meno. I'm a South Asian settler and a member of the South Asian diaspora of Hindu, Punjabi, and Surinamese descent. I am the daughter of immigrants, and I've been living on the stolen land, the occupied, unceded, unsurrendered territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. I've been living in Vancouver, so-called Vancouver, since 2006, and most recently have made my home in Hastings Sunrise for close to a decade. I signed up in support of this motion because I recognize the importance of redress for South Asians based on decades of state-sanctioned violence, predominantly targeted at working-class and illegalized migrants. And while I support the essence of the apology, having reviewed the materials, I do think that this apology fails to consider the realities of South Asians who are currently living, working, and surviving on these stolen lands, specifically the underclass of workers that have been exploited by Canada's regime of border imperialism. And this includes South Asians who are working in security jobs, the gig economy, convenience store workers, and illegalized survival street economies. The emphasis of both the report and this morning's speakers has been on business revitalization efforts, funding and grants for business owners, but really hasn't taken into account the reality of the South Asians that I see constantly moving through the city, working for Amazon, working for food delivery, getting parking tickets because they're delivering Amazon Prime products to people. And I hope that you see that those are also members of our diaspora. It also breaks my heart to see South Asian settlers who work in economies of violence, such as the police, prison guards, attorney generals, or any form of colonial justice system. I think that apologies, including the proposed apology to the South Asian community, have to take into reality the present day, which includes South Asian settlers who act as part of the colonial fabric of so-called Canada, and who participate in the realities of disenfranchising people through surveillance, criminalization, gentrification, and racism. I hope that an apology from the City of Vancouver will entail more than a publicity stunt or an election campaign. And it should not be used as a guise for development or displacement of poor and working class South Asians. And it can't be used to erase the ongoing genocide of Indigenous people, including Musqueam, on whose territory much of the South Vancouver South Asian diaspora resides. An apology must also be informed by the intersections of identities that include Dalit, Muslim, indentured, queer, trans, women, South Asians. And when you consider these identities, which the city's report fails to, it makes you grapple with the reality that South Asian isn't a monolithic identity. And I hope that City Council and staff can consider how to meaningfully realize the spirit of this apology. And I also hope that you understand the limitations of representation and redress within the confines of colonialism. And I say that as a South Asian woman who was arrested by a South Asian police officer at City Council when your council refused to hear our motion, Stop the Sweep, 2 weeks ago. I say that as a South Asian woman who is targeted by council members who treat me like I'm not a racialized woman, who target both myself and my place of employment for their political gain. And I hope that you recognize that that is a form of racial violence. Thank you.
Thank you for your time today. You do have a question from Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, thanks so much for phoning in. And actually, I'm just wondering if you have some examples of actions that the city could take to support the South Asian folks that you've been talking about. The ones that the gig workers, the temporary migrant workers, the people on the street.
I think the sanctuary city, the recent advocacy around calling for the end of immigration detention, and I think basic things like creating like parking passes so that people don't have to worry about getting ticketed or towed when they're delivering items to rich people around the city seems really obvious. Like creating benefits for the gig economy workers who actually make sure that you get your food and your books and whatever other junk people buy through Amazon Prime. Like create some meaningful supports for those workers and don't focus on business owners and BIAs.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson.
Thank you. That's it for questions for you. So just want to thank you so much for calling in today. And we're going to move to speaker number 7, who's Sonia Saxena.
Hi, my name is Sonia, and my pronouns are she, they. I'm in deep gratitude to all speaking and to those who did and continue to do this deeply necessary work that has helped me reclaim parts of my heart. The effects of systemic racism are passed generation to generation, which is part of my experience speaking as a fourth-generation South Asian Canadian settler. As part of plans towards reconciliation, what considerations are being given, if any, towards access to trauma-informed, culturally responsive mental health community care for communities? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't see any speakers or questions for you, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker, but thank you so much for participating. We have Dr. Satwinder Bains. Next, speaker number 8.
Hello, hi, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Oh, thank you so much. I start by thanking you for allowing us into the chamber this morning and having this presentation, considering the past difficulties we've had in the last month to get to you. So thank you for your time. I want to thank Ari and Mumbi for doing the work that brought us here. I am an uninvited settler, immigrant settler on the land of the Stolo people. I work at the University of the Fraser Valley in Abbotsford, and I'm on the advisory committee. And I'm absolutely not going to take a lot of time because a lot has been said, very well said, from the previous speakers. I just want to highlight that the recommendations to accept this work, I suppose for us, are a given, that today that will happen and that the work will continue and that the commitment to this work will be through your power as councillors and as mayor. And of course, I also want to highlight Paul's comments about not settling for something, but really making sure that the that this is not a fight against each other, but that we're looking for equitable and genuine solutions. And that should be the cornerstone for the work up ahead around EDI and racial injustices, not just for us, but for all of us. And I think the message has been loud and clear. I guess where I want to really focus on is how Jag talked about the memory of Punjabi market and how that draws her back, and to focus on how the memory is quite different from our reality. We may have the memory, but the memory is moving along as people die off and libraries die with them. And I guess where we want you to focus on is really to make sure that we do show up, that we are represented, that we are not erased, omitted, and neglected over and over again. And so the work ahead is really about making sure that we recount and that we matter and that our history is not whitewashed again, and that we make room at the table, we make room for this work, that there be a commitment to it, and not just, as somebody has said, around election time, but all the time. And I hope that this guiding work is not one-offs, that there be some really deep embedded work at the city, that we don't have to come in front of council all the time. Like perhaps now the South Asian community has matured and evolved from the last 119 years of settlement on this land, and that maturity and that evolution has put us in this position to come to you, to not just speak on our behalf, but to speak on all communities' behalf. And you may wonder why I'm calling from Abbotsford. The impact of Vancouver as a migrant city, as a sanctuary city, as a city that's going to decolonize our province, affects all of us. And I think there's a leadership role that Vancouver can play, because it was the first settlement, and it continues to be a city that draws people from the South Asian Canadian community into it. So there is a moral imperative, there's an economic imperative, there's a social, cultural, and political imperative to do this work. And we hope that the trust we put in council and the mayor gets taken seriously, and that the work ahead is given its due credit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I actually have a question for you, if you don't mind.
Yes.
We've heard from at least 3 speakers who don't live in the city of Vancouver, but rely on the Punjabi market and surrounding areas as a really important cultural touchstone. I guess I'm just wondering if you can expand on that idea a little bit. And my mind is also drawn to the province's recent investment in the Chinese Canadian Cultural Museum in Chinatown, which is the hub for spokes. So there will be a number of installments around the province. That it's a very different approach to this. I'm just wondering if you see as a potential way forward to connect folks in the region, or indeed right across the province, tying to the Punjabi market in Vancouver.
Absolutely. I think for all of us, we're, like I said, 119 years of migration to this country and to this province and to this city. But that 119 years just collapses into yesterday memory, because all of us are impacted by what happens in Vancouver and what has happened in Vancouver. So I do see the Chinese model, and we've been promised a South Asian Canadian Museum, and one of the councillors was asking a question about a cultural space. We do have cultural spaces that perhaps are more colonized than we'd like them to be, and so the work we are projecting forward is something like the Chinese Canadian Museum, as you mentioned, in Chinatown, around Punjabi Market, around Surrey, around Abbotsford, communities in Prince George and Williams Lake and Pauldy and Duncan. But we all take succor and support from each other, that we're not doing this alone. I think the time of division and dividing us is over. And I think we are putting our best foot forward to say we want to ensure that the work in Vancouver affects as well as impacts the work across the province. And I think you have an amazingly important leadership role to take that on. So while we work on the South Asian Canadian Museum, perhaps it will follow the same model of the hub and spoke. And we're hoping that Williams Lake will say, oh yes, now here's our history, and let's take the step to include it in Williams Lake, and let's make sure students in Williams Lake at a secondary school or elementary school can also study their migration. We're not settling for second best anymore. We are a thriving community, a huge economic engine for the province, and I think the time has come for us to say, well, we need a seat at the table, and I think Vancouver can lead in that charge.
Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. Thanks for calling in today.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks. Council, we're on to speaker number 9, Henry Yu.
Speaker 9 is not on the line.
Thank you, clerks. We have speaker number 10 then, Raj Singh Tor. Thanks so much for coming in today. Good to see you.
Yeah, thank you.
Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah. Hello, Inspector, Mayor Kennedy Stewart, and Councillor, City of Vancouver. My name is Raj Singh Toor. I'm the grandson of one of the passengers on the Komagata Maru and Vice President and spokesperson for the non-profit descendants of the Komagata Maru Society. I represent the descendants of the Komagata Maru Society, in which there are 15 families all over Canada who are direct descendants of the passengers, children, grandchildren, or great-grandchildren. The entire Southwestern community support us because we are the one who suffered in losing loved ones and who deeply share the pain of our parents, grandparents, or great-grandparents being rejected by Canada in 1914. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the City of Vancouver Council for apologizing city's role in the Komagata Maru incident in 1914 and declared and proclaimed May 23rd as a Komagata Maru Remembrance Day in the City of Vancouver on behalf of the descendants of the Komagata Maru Society, request which was written by me. On March 16, 2018, I wrote an email on behalf of the descendants of the Komagata Maru Society to the City of Vancouver Council and requested for a street, building, park, or place to be named in memory of the Komagata Maru passengers. The Vancouver City Council considered considered my request and sent the matter of the Civic Asset Committee on the July 25, 2018. The Civic Asset Committee unanimously approved my request and put the name on the Civic Assets Name Reserve list. On March 13, 2019, Vancouver City Council unanimously approved the following motion behalf of the descendants of the Komagata Maru Society request, which was written by me, and I also spoke in the council meeting as well for support the motion. Approved Komagata Maru motion that council show its support for the naming of a civic assets in the downtown area near the Broad Inlet waterfront after the Komagata Maru. That council direct city staff to work with the park board staff and with the Civic Asset Committee and the descendants of the Komagata Maru Society to try to find an assets to name. I had a numerous meeting with Civic Asset Committee and city staff. We could not find any street or park, and Civic Asset Committee and Civic Assets naming to Komagata Maru. Descendants of the Komagata Maru families and the Southwestern community requesting the secondary street renaming of Main Street between Marine Drive up to 49th Avenue to Komagata Maru Street or Komagata Maru Road in memory of the Komagata Maru passengers. The importance of this location is that there are many South Asian business on Main Street, and the April Baisakhi parade is enjoyed by over 200,000 attendants each year on Main Street. It's going to be on almost 4 years that we have been requesting this now. The City Civic Asset Committee has stated that they do agree in principle with the idea of secondary signage on Main Street honoring the passengers of the Komagata Maru and their families. However, the committee has not recommended approving this signage at this time, given the lack of policy and guidelines for equitably evaluating such requests. I'm requesting that Council put forward an amendment to direct staff to action the secondary renaming of Main Street between Marine Drive up to 49th Avenue in memory of the Komagata Maru passengers. This would be greatly appreciated by the descendants of the Komagata Maru families and the Southwestern community and the Canadians. We can't undo the past, but we can move forward and leave a legacy for future generations by educating them about the past. Main Street between Marine Drive up to 49th Avenue, named to Komagata Maru Street or Komagata Maru Road in City of Vancouver will help educate the community and remind us of how unique Canada's and Vancouver's diverse makeup is. We are all richer when we remember how special it is to have so many different ethnic community living together. I hope that it will help to connect Canadians, British Columbians, and Vancouver residents with their past to build a more peaceful and tolerant tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. You do have a question from Councillor Fry.
Satsrikal, Mr. Turji. Now, we have in the report here that it does recommend the secondary street, but you're specifically asking for Main Street from 49th to Southwest Marine.
Yes.
I can't remember exactly, but I do recall that we had a report back that said it was very complicated to do a primary major kind of street-like main as a renaming for a variety of reasons, which I can't recall off the top of my head. But as I scan through my own map brain, I can't think of a primary street that we've renamed Would there be other, are you open to other options or does it?
The thing is this, because we are all agree, because I have lots of meeting went with the Civic Asylum Committee, we could not find anything at all. At the end, we both all agree, even the City Park Board, even the committee, and myself and community, we are all agree with the street name. Only the problem is they are still talking about the policy. The thing is this, because it's going 4 years now, maybe other 4 years, you don't know. But I asked them whether the council can do it. They said, yeah, they have a power to do that. They don't have to wait for the policy. While they're waiting for the policy, even the city of Surrey mayor, there was no policy there on my request. He did a street name. Even he said, don't worry, Mr. Tour. Even the policy is not there. I will do it. It's a tragic incident, and he already apologized from me. It's getting, even if it was only 1 year, he said it take too long, but it's going 4 year here, and and even because we are not seeing anything else. Even the committee, we have no going meeting. We are only find this is the street, is a right street for recognize the Komagata mode passengers. We are all agree with that. Or the council can do it. The council doesn't have to wait for the policy.
Okay, so, but to put a finer point on it, Main Street or nothing kind of thing, or would you be?
Because we could not find any other street.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. That's it for questions. Appreciate you coming in today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Speaker number 11, Wally Opal. Thanks so much for coming in.
Thank you.
Can I get you to move a little
right.
closer to the? Great. Okay, thanks.
Thank you for allowing me to speak, and I want to thank Council for establishing this committee, which I think is very much needed to address historical wrongs against the South Asian community. If we're going to address racism in a meaningful way, we need to look at our historical past to find out what's happened. That's the best way we can correct the wrongs of the past in order to move to the future. My father came here in 1907. He was probably 17 at the most, and he arrived at the height of the influx of Indians that were coming here. And of course, this was not really a welcoming place for them at that time. As you have heard, this council in 1907 passed legislation which prevented Indians from voting here so as to deprive them of full citizenship, which they never had, even though they were members of the British Empire. I'm not going to repeat all the past wrongs that you've already heard about the Komagata Maru and all the horrible legislation that took place at that time. The Prime Minister of the day said, look, this is a white man's country. What are you complaining about? You know, you're not suited to be here. There were ample speeches and documents that were said at that time. And for the next 30 or 40 years, that type of legislation from all three levels of government came down. The intent was not to let women come into the country. They didn't want brown people breeding here. So what they wanted but they wanted the men to work on the farms and to work in the logging camps and the lumber mills. So that's what happened. So that's what my dad did. And he went back in 1934, married my mother, and came back. And of course, they endured the usual wrongs. And again, I'm not going to repeat that. But if you really want to get a flavor of the institutional racism that took place, you should read some of the reported cases that came down at the time. It was not unusual for a case reported to say the judge, it was never a she, would always say, this case involves 5 Hindus who are in a dispute. Or this case that we're dealing with today in this courtroom involves Chinamen. That was a type of insulting language that was used and accepted in our courts. Of course, the judges and the legislators and the people who made the laws were pandering to the public, pandering to the racism and flaming the racism that took place. And that generally existed until 1947. And again, you've heard that it was at that stage in 1947 that our forefathers, our parents, first acquired the right to vote, the right to full citizenship. I was a very young boy when my mother showed me the certificate of citizenship. It was a kind of a yellow piece of paper, and I still remember looking at it. And she was so happy that she was finally a Canadian citizen. Of course, and she had, at least on paper, full rights. But at the time, there were not enough of us to really make a difference because there was a quota system at the time. So Asians were subject to a quota system, and that didn't change until Pierre Elliott Trudeau became the Prime Minister in 1968. And then the Immigration Act was liberalized, where merits and abilities and all of those other things counted. And that's where the population of Canada, population of this province grew. So the fact is that while we've grown and while Indo-Canadians have made themselves prominent and contributed so much to the fabric of our life, the fact is we still have racism. So how do we best address racism? And I adopt fully the comments that were made here by Ms. Buller. I'm one of the volunteers on her committee. And what that committee is asking for is proper resources, proper funding. So that will assist you in making a meaningful decision as to how we're going to move forward. And we need to do that. This committee is made up of a number of volunteers, and we're all dedicated to the same thing, to make this country, this city, a better place in which to live, where there be equality, fairness, and all of those rights that are enacted in our charter. And so that's why we're here. And I thank you for being interested in this, in establishing this committee. But the committee really needs your help in proper resourcing. And I'm submitting with respect that you do that and you listen carefully to what Ms. Buller said as to what the asks are, so that we can give you a meaningful report that will result in some meaningful legislation that will translate into making our society a better place in which to live. I've always said that Canada is perhaps the best country in the world to live in so many ways. Our justice system, our policing system, the fairness, the equality that's enshrined in our charter. But there are so many challenges, and I've alluded to some of them about racism. We saw that during the pandemic, the overt, visceral racism against people of Asian background. So those are things that we need to address. I urge you to address them in a meaningful way, and I want to thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contribution to the committee and to speaking today. Very much appreciate you taking the time
Thank
to
you.
come in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Council. We have speaker number 12, Upkar Tatley. Has you listed in person if you're here? Upkar Tatley, speaker number 12. Don't see you here, so I'll be moving on to the next speaker. Speaker number 13 has withdrawn. Speaker number 14 is Gian Beering. I'm sorry. Oh, clerks are just updating me here. 13's on now. Sorry, did we have Upkar Tatley?
Hi, thank you, Mayor.
Oh, you're on. Okay, great. Thanks. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and to all my peers who've spoken today. Just want to acknowledge that the bravery in reliving a lot of the injustices in the past can be challenging. So I just want to take a moment and acknowledge that as well. And also, I just want to say Sat Sri Akal to a few pillars in our community I recognize today on my screen. Contributed not only today, but the inroads we've made as a collective community over many, many years and decades. Dr. Satwinder Bains and Honorable Justice Wally Opal as well. My name is Upkar Singh Tatley. My pronouns are he, him, and his. Also like to recognize that I'm calling today from the Samiamu First Nation, where I work in microbiology, immunology, and as a Chief Technology Officer in Health Innovation. The impacts of discrimination based on race has many different manifestations, and we've heard plenty of examples today just before me. And it remains elusive a concept and imperceptible for many people, despite all these attempts. In our work in health innovation and the sciences, we seek to illuminate these gaps, and we tie it to data, hard proof, and making sometimes what is perceived as intangible more tangible. So if the empathy and understanding is sometimes lacking, this is where the data does help. Data has shown us clearly that how past injustices and discriminatory policies can and will have horrific consequences when you ignore a community. Specifically, today we're discussing the South Asian community and what it means for well-being, health outcomes, and quite bluntly, life. In 2015, prior to the call of a provincial-wide emergency related to drug poisonings, we had already put forward the concerns of community. It was a lot of anecdotal evidence that was mounting from South Asian community members expressing their need for assistance and not having resources allocated or services to help them understand what was eroding the very family structure that they knew. Yet they were continually ignored, repeatedly ignored. They had very little resources provided, and they found no outlet for their concerns of losing loved ones. And as a consequence, many who could have been saved ended up succumbing to what we now term a provincial crisis. Fortunately, at the time, for those of us who work with and exercise some privilege and work in health, we're able to connect with the BC Coroner's Division, epidemiology teams in Vancouver and Surrey, and unpack the data that truly mirrored what we were hearing from community and validated what was already present and spoken of by community for many years. Not only did it verify, it absolutely blew out of the water what we knew was going on, what we assumed was going on. What we learned was that the South Asian community had over a few years experienced a 260% increase in mortality from poison drug supply, substantially higher than many other populations. And once again, this, however, was for the longest time unseen and unreflected. That is but one example of how the right to health and to life can be eroded significantly by policies that do not take into account the needs of community and is built upon years and years of discriminatory practices. And what ends up happening is we simply relegate
Speaker, are you still there? Speaker, I think we've dropped you. If you do have a chance to come back on, you've got an extra minute left. I'm going to move to the next speaker. We have speaker number 14, Yen Singh Beering. Speaker number 14, Yen Singh Beering. Let's see. No. Okay. So speaker number 15 is Harmanpreet Bains.
Hello.
Hi there. Thanks for calling in, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Good morning. I acknowledge that I'm calling in from the unceded traditional homelands of the Coast Salish, Tsleil-Waututh, Dalo, Kikite, Chemainus, and Musqueam people. My name is Harmanpreet Kaur Bains. I also go by Harman. I am a resident of Vancouver. I identify as Punjabi Sikh and as a first-generation Canadian. And I've been serving as a member of the Community Advisory Group. I'm speaking today to call upon Mayor and Council to request senior city staff to reevaluate and ultimately to revise language in the interim report with respect to the human resources required to carry out the recommendations of this report. As Councillor Wiebe, Councillor Boyle, and Councillor Carr brought up today, there are gaps in the report with respect to the resources. As already noted in her presentation, the Community Advisory Group agrees that prior to issuing a formal apology to the South Asian Canadian community, it is important for the community to see the implementation of these interim recommendations and eventually the recommendations that will be in the final report. And in our committee meetings, members also expressed time and time again that in order to implement the recommendations such as research, community engagement, and outreach, there is a need for a dedicated task force. As I'm sure you're all aware, the South Asian community is not a small, homogenous community. We are a diverse group, and the research and outreach required will be extensive. And as an advisory group, we didn't have the final pen on this interim report. The published report is the draft that the city had the pen on. So it was disappointing to see the generic and general comment that, quote, staff will identify resources necessary and prepare a funding strategy as part of the 2023 annual budget process, end quote. The explanation that I've received for the inclusion of this vague language is that this is only an interim report and the recommendations will likely change and expand in the future final report. I completely understand this explanation and the benefit of it in not capping out at a certain amount, since the final recommendations may require more financial resources. However, we're also left with this question of how exactly will we get to this future final report if we lack resources now to efficiently carry out the recommendations in this interim report. In fact, the report currently states, quote, the timeline for completing the final report is still uncertain and will be influenced by the approach to the broader public engagement, end quote. I don't see how one staff position can undertake this broader public engagement in a meaningful way. I think Mayor and Council can understand that there are specific resources that need to be dedicated now and today for the recommendations in this report to be implemented and to ensure that there will actually be a final report. As Gulzar noted today, there is enough in this interim report for Mayor and Council to see that at minimum, the report should include a statement from the city committing to dedicate at least 2 full-time staff positions that will focus on carrying out the legwork that will allow for a robust and expansive final report and recommendations to be generated. If the city is serious about publicly acknowledging and apologizing to the South Asian community and making its wrongs right, then tangible steps need to be taken. The creation of this interim report is a step in the right direction for sure, but without dedicated resources, I'm afraid this report will stand as an empty promise and a mere gimmick with no hope of follow-through of the recommendations or the timely creation of the final report. As Jag Negra mentioned, it's exhausting having to ask for resources. And as the Honorable Justice Wally Opal and Paul Beasley mentioned today, we need resources to support and carry out this foundational work in the right way the first time. I thank you for allowing me to speak today and for your time and consideration.
Thanks so much. You do have a question from Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, up to 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much for speaking and the work that you're doing in support of all of this, and specifically to talk about resources. I'm quite curious about whether you know if there are other sources of resources, or can you imagine other sources of resources? Senior levels of government have been mentioned, of course, the city, but beyond that, are there any other sources that you think may be opportune to pursue?
That's a great question, and I would love to have had that discussion maybe with senior city staff if they had attended one of the meetings, and for us to actually get clear on brainstorming and coming up with that answer together. I mean, this is kind of a surprise to see in the report that there was no dedication, no commitment to what the resources actually look like, and I would be happy to look into it further. I mean, I am a volunteer, but I'm more than happy to look into it further. I think that's the next step now because this is kind of what we've been given, but I think it's really important for us to at least have that minimum commitment now, and then let's figure out a way to make it happen.
That's great. And thank you. That's a great offer.
Thank you so much. That's it for questions for you. Thank you so much for calling in. Very much appreciate it. I'm going to move to our final registered speaker, number 16, Bill Ewan.
Hello.
Hi there. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Bill Ewan, and I'm the Executive Director of Heritage Vancouver Society. I am not obviously of South Asian descent, nor is Heritage Vancouver obviously considered a South Asian Canadian organization. But we are deeply committed to how culture and ways of living are expressed in place. We've been working with communities in Chinatown for a number of years, and more recently with Filipino Canadians around places in this city that are important to them. And we've been trying to help our friends at the Punjabi Market Collective since before the pandemic. Of course, there are other South Asian Canadian communities members that we have not yet met, but we would just like to be supportive of everyone, recognizing how important this report, its recommendations, the community advisory comments, and related actions are for the South Asian Canadian communities, but also the city as a whole. I appreciated reading the direct comments by members of the community advisory group in the report, as well as two chambers today. Especially important is the express need to take the work that has been done into a more comprehensive investigation, research, and engagement phase, backed with resources to inform concrete actions that allow for wide-ranging expressions of South Asian arts, culture, and ways of life throughout the city. This includes the 4 initial priority action areas, starting on page 9 of the report. Tomorrow, the Vancouver Plan is scheduled on the council meeting agenda. Equity is part of the plan foundations, and the plan mentions Punjabi Market in several parts of the report, along with some general aspirations such as advance work to define and identify special market areas and their connection to ethnocultural community areas. The recommendation here today on the next phase of work seems necessary to fulfill the city's stated intentions around equity, not only as it relates to Punjabi Market, but also the broader South Asian Canadian communities, and to arrive at specific action. If the city is serious about its aspirations around cultural redress, cultural heritage in the city, fostering a sense of belonging and well-being for underserved communities, equity as a foundational principle, etc., then it is going to have to take action to do that. Be open to very different approaches, demonstrate value civic community participation, and also commit the resources. Existing status quo practices, particularly planning practices, may not be appropriate or adequate. The city will need to work with and support the South Asian Canadian communities, understand how complex, emotional, and difficult yet necessary it can be for them to be engaged in this, and instill a trust that it cares about what South Asian Canadian communities hope for, and the community advisory group is asking the city to care about. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. I don't see any questions for you, so I'll just thank you so much for calling in. Council, that is the end of our registered speakers list, but I am, as per our practice, I'm going to go through and call the names of those who weren't here to speak. We have speaker number 9, Henry Yu. Henry Yu on the line. Speaker number 9. Don't hear Henry Yu, so we'll go to speaker number 14. Ian Singh Beering. Registers being in person, no. And then speaker number 15, Harmanpreet Bains. Clerks?
Not on the line.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. Okay, Council, so that, just 1 second, please. Okay. Right, okay. Great. Okay, Council, so thanks. That wraps up our list here. Would somebody like to move the report? Councillor R, I think I heard Councillor Boyle seconded, so will Councillor Carr, you can, you want the first 5 minutes for debate? Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I actually have submitted an amendment.
Clerk's
I'll just, yeah.
And we just need it seconded before we move the cues. Councillor Boyle seconded. So we're on the amendment queue. If you'd like to speak to that, Councillor Carr.
From the speakers about the need to establish a more secure source of funding for the work that needs to continue around this. So my amendment is to include in the 2023 budget funding needed to continue the work rather than having it be just a suggestion that council would consider in terms of trading off against possibly some other items in that budget. So this would be included, to ask for that funding be included and amplified by the results of staff's work to garner other funding, especially from senior levels of government. I'm just at this point, I think I've said enough. It's just, to me, very clear this work needs to go on and have a secure source of funding.
Okay, I don't see anybody else on the queue to speak to this item, so we'll call a vote on this amendment.
Mayor, can I get a vote assist in favor, please? Councillor Kirby-Young.
Sure. Councillor Kirby-Young, vote assist in favor. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Thank you, clerks. That has passed unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Carr. We're back to the main queue. You have 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll go on at the end if I need to.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'll speak in closing, actually, but I did submit an amendment, so maybe we can jump over to an amendment queue.
I need it seconded first, so heard Councillor Wiebe second. Heard Councillor Wiebe first on the seconding. So we have the amendment now. We're on the amendment queue. Go ahead, Councillor.
To C2, the addition of culturally relevant businesses alongside creation and preservation of South Asian Canadian community spaces, with the addition of and culturally relevant businesses. And this is just a reflection of some of the comments that I heard and how are we going to sustain some of the businesses, in particular around Punjabi Market. We've explored some stuff through the Chinatown Legacy Group and some of the work in Chinatown that has supported business spaces and small businesses and grants. And obviously with the Woodwards, many years ago, we did a tax abatement program for 10 years of heritage revitalization. So thinking that this could be something that could also be considered in the upcoming work plan as far as a priority.
Okay, thanks. I don't see anybody on the queue for this to speak to this, so we'll move to a vote.
Vote assist in favor, please, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young in favor. Councillor Dejanova, did you want to vote in favor? Okay, there we go. Thanks, that's passed unanimously. Okay, back to the main queue. Councillor Fry, anything else?
Yeah, Mayor, in the interest of moving things along, I'm just going to speak in closing to this. I very much appreciate the work of the community and the many volunteer hours that have been put into this. And of course, the work of our staff, and recognizing that this is an interim report and that there is more work to come. I definitely acknowledge some of the frustration and also the sort of previous sort of political posturing around this kind of work. I recognize obviously the India Gate from many years ago and a different level of a different government. I do think that this council has been quite genuine in their intent to recognize this work and the Punjabi Market regeneration. Unfortunately, we did get sidelined by COVID-19, and I know we all shared a big disappointment in the big 50th Punjabi Market celebration being completely sidelined by the fact that we couldn't even get together. And of course, we missed Mini Vaisakhi and all sorts of things that really are kind of highlights of the South Asian community in our city. So I just want to reemphasize and underscore that the intent of this council, I believe, and I can speak and I can look across the room at my colleagues, and I know that we all feel very, very compelled by this work and are supportive of it ongoing. I do apologize for the delays and some of the frustration, but good things take time. And I think this is important work and we need to get it right. So again, thank you for everybody who's put in lots of volunteer hours on this, and of course to our staff leading this. And thanks to the amendment from Councillor Carr that we are really committing some budget to continue this work ongoing. And I'll leave it at that. So it makes time for others before lunch.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Mayor, I just wanted to to say many of the things Councillor Fry articulated really well. This is incredibly important work, and the update in person is appreciated. The good work that's happened so far, and the points that were raised so clearly from speakers about needing to continue this work, needing to commit to that funding, and to make clear ongoing commitments to action before an apology, so that apology is really rooted in the work that we're committed to doing together, rather than being a promise we can't fulfill. I think that was articulated so well, as Councillor Fry said. That certainly is the intention, and I appreciate us being held accountable for that so clearly. The leadership and huge amount of volunteer time from the community that's gone into this so far, and that hopefully will continue as we continue committing to it, is seen and deeply appreciated. And the really powerful stories and sights and smells that were brought into the room in connection to that are memorable and valued and appreciated too. So thank you for the work so far, and the work we have ahead together.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, up to 5.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to all the volunteers on the committee. Thank you to all the speakers who were volunteers too. I've learned a lot listening and reading the report today. And I hope we can get moving on this and not let the community and the committee down. And I just want to point out that even if this passes, we still have to make sure that the next council actually approves the budget. But hopefully it will.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Carr?
Thanks first to the speakers that came and spoke. Very much appreciated. It does have an impact on us. So I appreciate the time that you've taken to do that. You know, despite what some historic politicians said, we are a country and we are a city of diversity. Diverse cultures make up who we are. We are not a melting pot like the United States. We are a mosaic of different peoples bringing their background, histories, culture, art, music, foods, and that's the beauty of our city, of our country. I'm very happy that our city is committed to being a just and equitable city. Wrongs have been done, and the formal apology is needed, and the people who are doing the work towards that need to know that there is secure funding for that work to take place. So I'm pleased that my amendment passed. I'm pleased that the council seems to be in strong support around this, and thank staff, thank the members of the advisory committee for that work that has been done and that will be done.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Mayor. Similar to Councillor Carr, I will echo thanks to the committee members who participated in this work, as well as all of the speakers who came in person today, but also called in over the phone. And just to acknowledge, it was very heartfelt, and that really came through. And I hope that I'm able to express that in my comments, is that we're hearing you. And like Councillor Fry, I would say that collectively we're very passionate in supporting the community. And one of the reflections I was thinking about is when I was undertaking my master degree in leadership, we were often talking about the learning and the outcomes of that learning, but what was important was the learning journey and the process. And what I heard from the community today in terms of remedying the historical discrimination and racism against people of South Asian and Canadian descent is that it's not just about the outcomes, it's actually about the journey and the process and how we undertake that together. And that's what I was hearing. And I also heard that actions are important, and it's addressing both the cultural heritage in terms of tangibly, but intangibly. And so to the point that Councillor Carr was making about a just and equitable city, not only are we a city of reconciliation, but we need to be a city of inclusion and diversity, but we need to demonstrate that not just in words, but in action. And that's what I heard today. And so wanted to reflect that, want to reflect my support for the report and the amendments that are brought forward by my colleagues, and that we're committed to this work, and happy to support it, and do thank our staff in their efforts to bring the community together, but appreciating that there is still more work to be done. And I'll probably just leave my comments there, Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Dominato. Councillor Wiebe, up to 5.
Yeah, this council is embarking on a colonial audit, and reading some of this stuff, mostly the Asiatic Exclusion League, it's horrendous. I mean, I learned a lot today. I've been reading some of the stuff on what happened and the fact that we had a meeting at City Hall, and that we continue to name parks and places in Vancouver after people that have done so much harm, and yet we're not naming places to show our cultural history. I know that today's not about an apology, but I do want to apologize that this was to be a memo. I think that the amount of hard work, and I've been on those committees before, when you put in that time and effort, when you have your full-time job and you do this hard work for the city, and be told it being a memo, I do want to really apologize, because I know how harmful that can be, and I really appreciate the time and effort that's gone into this, and like others, we need to make sure that we're funding this appropriately to get it done. So it's time for change, and I really appreciate all the work, because change isn't going to happen unless we have voices like you challenging us and we change things here at City Hall. So thanks for helping us push change. Change is needed, and I really appreciate what's been happening here today. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks. I'll just speak briefly, and I'll echo some of the comments of, I'll try not to echo all of the comments of my colleagues. I certainly think that we can agree that there are wrongs that have to, and it's our job as a council to make those right. And when I think about the time and the effort and the dedication that the committee members and the community have put into this, and being on council for for more than just this one term, I have seen promises that have been made, and I think that it's really important that when we make those promises, we keep them. So I am looking forward to the work that will move forward in the 2023 budget. And I just wanted to thank each and every member of the committee and member of the community that has spent that time not only together and to bring these recommendations forward with our staff to council, but I also want to acknowledge the trauma and how difficult it must be to go through some of these documents. And I have seen some of them myself, and reading the report, I was amazed. And I think that it is really important that we do right the wrongs of the past, and that may lead to an apology, because I think that it's important that if council did harm, that we recognize that we do apologize to the community for that, and that's the only way that we can move forward. So I just, I'll leave it there, but I'm looking forward to the work that we can do to move forward, because I think that actions are more important than words here. And I think that working with the community to make sure that the Punjabi market and the vibrance of that community is celebrated, and the city's investment in that community is making small steps forward towards righting those wrongs. Thank you.
Thanks. I have a few comments. If I could ask somebody to take the chair, I think Councillor Kirby-Young would normally take it.
Mayor, I'm still here. I can do
Great.
that.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young, thanks very much. So if you don't mind, I'd just like to say a few words. Council, I remember back in 1993 when I was doing my master's thesis about elections in the city of Vancouver, and I had the opportunity to go to the archives and look at past versions of the Vancouver Charter. And the level of discrimination that was enshrined by the provincial level in our charter is horrific. I mean, the language that's used, the rights that are curtailed, and I think it's from brave community voices that have pushed back against discrimination for decades in this city that we've made change, but not enough. So I do want to thank staff for their work here, especially the community members, and acknowledging that this isn't going as fast as folks want it to go. And I think what's incumbent on us after hearing today's comments and feedback from the community is that two things that come to me is three things. First of all, this has to be properly resourced in the next budget, which I think we all agree on. We have a great staff team at the moment, but that could definitely be supplemented. I do think this regional outreach is also essential because folks have been forced to move out of the city, have relocated in other places, but the Punjabi market and surrounding community is still a valuable heart of the historic and current community. So I do think that is something we should work on with Metro as well, to figure out how can we coordinate this space and recognizing in the Lower Mainland, and how do we connect these spaces in a way that is not only valuable for local residents, but people who want to learn about this history and incorporate it into their own stories. I think that I also heard that we need to do better. And so again, I think I share the learnings that council here, have expressed here today, and commit to carrying on. But the next time the report comes back, we'll need to have concrete actions attached to it that are put in front of council for proper funding, and to initiate the discussions with senior levels of government to see if we can't make sure that that all of us take advantage of these opportunities to fully embrace our 21st century conditions now, while reflecting past both, I think, things to celebrate, but also injustices. So I do thank everyone for coming in today and helping us the extreme effort that it takes to shift kind of the colonial past into a multicultural future. But again, thank everybody for their time here today. So thanks so
Mayor,
much.
can I be added for brief comments, please?
Sure. Yeah, Councillor Kirby-Young, I'll take the chair back and put you on for comments. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I just want to provide some brief comments because I think it is really important for the community to hear from all of council as to how important this work is. And I want to acknowledge primarily how critical and how difficult cultural redress work is. It's not easy to do. And what I heard loud and clear from the community, that the how we do it is really, really important. So as not to perpetuate further harm, to be guided by the community, to be sensitive to that, and to take time in order to deliver on it well. And so I heard that loud and clear. I won't repeat the comments with respect to resourcing. What I will say as well is that in addition to the historical redress, and the acknowledgement that it is incredibly sad that we are still experiencing this today. And it was referenced in terms of the anti-Asian sentiment and hate that we've seen during the pandemic. And I don't think that we are doing enough either yet as a city and as a council in terms of addressing that racism and hate that we still continue to see in the city of Vancouver. It is perpetuated. And so I think that is really the ultimate goal, is to recognize the past harms, but to ensure that that doesn't continue to happen again. And I just also want to say that I'm incredibly grateful for how generous the community has been in their time and sharing their feedback with us. I have a lot of fond memories of Punjabi Market. It was referenced, I think, by Janagra in terms of families going for weddings. And I actually bought the silk for the dresses of my the people that were in my bridal party at Rocco Sari and Fabrics. I often go down there. I'm a pretty in terms of getting takeout ties and gentlemen, and we're really lucky as a city that we, despite our individual cultural backgrounds, get to share in these communities. And despite the historical wrongs, it's a community that has been very welcoming and sharing those cultural riches with us. And I'm really grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, before we go to the vote, the city manager also wanted to say a few words.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mayor Stewart and Council. Before you close on this item, I do want to acknowledge the comments that several of the speakers made today regarding the call I originally made to provide today's update by way of a formal public memo rather than an administrative report. I want to say, first of all, that I've heard the hurt that that's caused, and particularly for members of the advisory community that have invested so much of their own time and energy in this work. That's a decision that I'm solely accountable for. And I sincerely regret the impression that it left that this work or the redress that we're seeking to advance is in any way of lesser importance than other business that's before the city and the council at this point in time. As you know, Council, there's a lot of work going on right now to manage Council's agenda through the end of the term, and a lot of issues and reports are being referred to the next Council or being dealt with by memo. In reviewing this interim report, it was clear to me, there was no question at all that staff would be needing to continue this work. And of the 3 interim recommendations, I didn't believe that we as staff needed further direction from Council to advance any of those 3 recommendations. And then, of course, being cognizant that final recommendations were coming to Council. That's not an excuse, Council, and I recognize that my rationale didn't account for the importance of the public discussion with Council here today. And so that was the wrong decision, clearly, on my part, and I understand that reversing it doesn't undo the impact of that on members of the community that spoke to you today and others that may not have spoken here today. Council, I and other members of our team are very proud to work for an elected government and to be part of a civic administration that is prepared to acknowledge racism and past wrongs and to tackle that. And to the extent that the decision that I made in this case has impacted that work and members of the South Asian community, I want to apologize to them and Council, of course, to you and other members of our team. Thanks.
Thank you, City Manager. With that, I will call a vote on this item.
Can I get a vote of system in favor, Mayor, please?
Okay, thanks, Councilor Kirby-Young. And Council, that passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Thanks to everybody who spoke to this item and followed along. Council, we are at, I have 9 minutes to noon. Our next item that was held were the amendments to impounding vehicles for hire bylaws. That was held by Councilor Wiebe. We could start if it's just for questions. I don't think there's a presentation here. We can try to see if we can get through this item. So if we have the staff here to speak to this, Councilor Wiebe, I'll put you on the queue for questions.
Yeah, first question. I'm wondering if we looked at a phased approach, looking at 21% instead of 26%, recognizing the impact that this has on mostly more vulnerable populations in the city that predominantly face these charges more than others.
Thank you for that question. Alina Cheng from Engineering. ICBC reviews its fuel surcharge quarterly, so we're already trying to play catch up with this report. Currently, our bylaws are at 12 and 13.5% for this fuel surcharge, and ICBC's current one is at 26%. So if we prolong it over several years, we may widen the gap between what tow truck operators experience in expenses compared to the fees that they receive, and some may become financially unviable.
Okay, and recognizing the amount of driving that these trucks do, are we looking at policies in the city of Vancouver that reduce the amount of towing in Vancouver? So different ways, curb cuts and other things, and right, we're at Vasaki and we just watched 50 in a row get towed, and so that's a lot of traveling that we're trying to reduce the amount of trips done by vehicles that aren't electrified. So I'm just wondering, what is our policy to try to reduce the amount of towing in Vancouver, recognize the impact it's having on the environment?
Great question. I mean, ideally, if folks are respecting the street regulations, that we won't need to tow as much. But
are we looking at ways of towing when it's life and safety more than when someone's just been there too long? Like, I'm hearing a lot of people, mostly in the small business areas, that people are being towed instantly 5 minutes after, right? Even though they're not causing a safety issue. And so I'm just wondering, have we changed our policies that now people are being towed more, even if they haven't causing kind of life and safety stuff? Because the BIAs have really talked about it being kind of more aggressive than it's been in the past.
Thank you. Taryn Scholar, Deputy General Manager, Engineering Services. As Alina mentioned as well, with people following the regulations, in addition, we do prioritize towing mainly for those safety-related issues. So if you were, say, overstayed at a parking meter, the parking enforcement officer would not tick tow on that violation. They are for rush regs mainly and safety. And so the majority of our parking violations don't include a tow currently.
Okay, and if you click tow, does it instantly now go to the tow company? Is that why we're seeing such quick turnarounds? Because the new system is now digital, and so if one of our
Yes, with our new towing contract a number of years ago, we did get increased visibility into their prioritization, and so it does automatically go to their system. It doesn't mean that every tow that's marked as for tow gets towed. We do get stats back from the tow company on which vehicles were gone on arrival, for example, and so I can share that with you if possible. But if you're speaking specifically about a special event in which it requires the stripping of parking and vehicles on both sides for sort of the safety of people around, you will see a lineup of tow trucks ready to action that, but that isn't the norm outside of rush reg or a special event.
Okay, and do we get, as city council, do we get yearly how many people were towed in the city of Vancouver? Is it something that we get as information?
I don't believe so, but we could provide that.
Okay, and then recognizing working with engineering, because I know that putting bulges and stuff around, right, like shorter intersections and putting different signage has reduced in certain areas, and putting poles so people know exactly how far it is, because we don't have measuring tapes in most people's cars to measure out what it is. So are we looking at more ways to do preventative work to try to reduce the amount of towing in Vancouver?
Yeah, we do look at the fine balance between having our regulations be easy for people to understand and being able to follow, with the coupling of putting more signage and painting out in the built environment that needs to be maintained. And so in areas where we are finding there's multiple tows in front of like a weird, say, fire hydrant, for example, we will look at additional signage, but we aren't looking at this point of a blanket signage or painting the curb policy for places away from the intersection.
Okay, but problematic places where you see, so you have records where someone's been towed 17 times over the last little bit, and you can.
Yeah, we have installed additional signage in areas where we're finding problematic the following of the bylaws. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, council, we are at 4 minutes to 12 with one, sometimes two councillors on the list to speak. And I'm not sure if people are planning amendments. We could say extend briefly to finish this item. Okay, great. We have a motion to complete this item. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Boyle, all in favor? Any opposed? Right, we'll be quick here. Councillor Dominato, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. And yeah, I just have a couple of questions as well. I understood from the city manager and from the report that we're contractually obligated to put forward amendments to the impounding bylaw. I'm just curious, in terms of those contractual obligations, are we obligated to increase the surcharge to 26%, similar to what ICBC has put forward, or simply we're required to make an amendment? Like, I'm just trying to get clarity as to, because we've gone from a maximum of 12% and 8.5% in certain cases up to 26%. So what is the requirement in terms of the contract obligations with the towing?
Thank you for that question. So the obligation is just for us to bring forward an amendment, but there's no requirement for us to match exactly what ICBC has posted. It's at council's discretion of what to set that number at.
Okay. I think that gets at the question I was trying to ask via email, which was, did we consider something more incremental? So instead of going up to matching ICBC at this time, maybe not, why not 10% or 12%? Or so how did we come to the conclusion that 26% was simply to bring our rates up in line with ICBC?
Correct. Yeah, we try to match ICBC as they review their fuel surcharge quarterly, and that's based on the fuel prices at the time. So that makes it maintains the economic viability of the tow truck companies, both when they're towing from public property as well as private property.
Okay. And then just for, again, clarity is, though ultimately, with this proposed amendment to the bylaw, that additional surcharge and costs will be borne by whoever's towed.
Correct.
Okay, I'll leave my questions there. Thanks.
Councillor DeGenova?
Just happy to move the recommendations.
Okay, great. And a seconder? Councillor Carr, thank you. We're on the main queue for debate on this item. I don't see anybody on the queue, so I'm going to move to the vote. And that has passed with Councillor Dominato and Councillor Wiebe in opposition. Thanks, Council. So we are at noon, 11:59. We will see you in camera at 1 p.m.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference, enter your access code followed.
Hey, Rowena, can you hear me? Hello,
Hi, Terry. Can
Rowena.
you hear
Oh,
me?
hi.
Oh,
Hi.
we're good. Thanks.
Okay, awesome. Thanks.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Council. Apologies for starting a little late. We are on to a held report, which is the report number 5, Friendship City Program. I believe, Councillor Weeb, you held it. So go ahead with questions to staff.
To do a maximum of 5. You could just speak a little bit to those two reasons.
Yeah, okay, staff is online. So staff, go ahead if you've got an answer to that question.
Could Councillor Weeb repeat the question? The first part of his question was cut off.
So the two parts to the question. The first part is how come we are doing a maximum of 5, recognizing there is significant interest from across the world in every continent to really move forward with this type of Friendship City program, and recognizing that it has been stalled for a little while and we'll start a new program. Why we're limiting to 1 per year, or we're going to do 5 right away and then it'd be 1 per year moving forward?
The plan at the moment is to do 1 per year starting this year up to a maximum of 5. We felt as staff that was what we had capacity to manage within the resources we have.
Okay, and how much resources does it take? Did you project to do one of these Friendship Cities? Is it 10 hours a year? Like, is it significant? So what is the staff capacity needed to do these, recognizing that there's significant economic development opportunities and connections and shared learnings as we try to diversify our economy and support some of the different community economic development opportunities we have?
Staff don't have an answer for that at the moment until we complete our first one and we see what the process entails. However, we do see a significant amount of work being placed upon the nonprofit society that would be supporting the Friendship City initiative, in terms of providing a lot of the information that we would need to assess whether the Friendship City meets the criteria. So we do anticipate an amount of work that will be placed on the community-driven nonprofit society.
Okay, and final question. If after bringing the first one back, you recognize that there is ability to bring more Friendship Cities to the City of Vancouver, is that something you could bring forward in that first report? So when you bring the first city to us, you could say, actually, it's less work than we thought, or if staff were willing to bring more resources to this, we could bring on 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is kind of like a pilot as we see how this program grows. So we could start with the 1, but if we see this being successful, that we could increase the number.
Absolutely. We can certainly report back on number of hours and staff effort that's required, and we'll be able to recommend whether we can expand the program beyond what we're able to put in this report.
Okay, and do you have an understanding of how many cities you think would be interested in this in your early work?
We do not. We probably get half a dozen of requests per year of cities that would like to partner. Up until this point, we have not had a mechanism to do that. So it's very hard to say. And the amount of work that would be required by the nonprofit would be, it could be fairly substantial because the bulk of the work will be on them. And so it's not clear at this time how many cities out there in the world would have a community group here that would be able to put that kind of effort into bringing a Friendship City proposal forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Kirby-Young, I noticed that you're back online. You're a deputy mayor. Did you want to take over? Or would you like me to continue until you ask your questions?
I would like to ask a question, so I'll do that first if that's okay.
Okay, no problem. But you're next after Councillor DiGenova. Councillor DiGenova, go ahead.
No, I was just on to move the report.
Got it. Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead with your questions.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Carr. So my question to staff is really, I noted with interest in the report, in terms of looking at the other cities and sort of the municipal scan that it showed that cities like Toronto and others were moving away from its sister cities or even friendship cities models towards more project-based MOUs. Relationships that were time bound, and it suggested there in the report that they had specific goals or outcomes. So it could be around anything like sustainability, housing. My mind thinks about livable cities, arts and culture, anything of that nature. So I'm wondering if that is a trend that we're seeing, why staff are bringing forward the Friendship Cities report as opposed to even a consideration or an alternate option for something like moving towards time bound MOUs, if that's the way that people are going, as opposed to potentially perpetuating what is becoming an outdated model.
Well, these Friendship City initiatives or this program, it does propose that any Friendship City agreement that we enter into would be time bound. So it would be a 5-year agreement. And we would ensure that there are goals and objectives that are written into the MOU so that it does, we hope to, have some collaborative objectives that we both want to accomplish together as friendship cities. So we would certainly have those in the MOU.
But had staff considered, I appreciate that they're time bound, but had staff considered an alternate model?
Not at this time.
Okay,
Councillor,
that doesn't preclude us, for example, following up on that from looking at a different model in future?
No. Okay, I'll let the city manager respond.
Thanks, and sorry to cut you off there, Leslie. My apologies. It's tough sometimes when folks are online. But Councillor, yeah, Kirby, just to your point around alternatives, the motion that was originally passed by council with respect to friendship cities did set out a model that the team here has worked to respond to. Certainly, as Leslie indicated, this would be something that we would be continuing to assess. And again, in future, we could certainly look at if council is interested to continue to reassess this program, other models. But at this point, we're responding to the motion that council passed.
Okay, and before I take the chair back from Councillor Carr, I'll just take the opportunity to make a comment that I would prefer to see us be more forward thinking. I do think that the sister city model needs to evolve. And I appreciate that here in terms of progressive improvement, but I don't think that this puts us on the forefront. And I think that it would have been nice to see that. But I will take the chair back now. Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Yes. Thank you. And I'll just dash over to my desk to ask some questions. Thank you.
Okay. Would you like to? Okay.
Yes, I'm here now. Thank you.
Okay. Clerk, so if you can go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. Steph, I'm interested in terms of you said that we get to about 6 sister cities per year. I was deputy or acting mayor, when when the city was approached with the idea of a sister city, and that was a couple of months ago. I'm wondering if you put those requests in any kind of priority. So if we are limited in terms of the number of proposed, well, now they might be friendship cities rather than sister cities. So how do you do it by the date by which we're approached or some other set of priorities?
At this point, we are going to be working on a as the requests come in, we will assess them. We will gather all the information and put them forward to the mayor's office with a recommendation. And it'll be up to the mayor's office to determine which ones would go forward to council for approval before an MOU is signed.
Okay, and do you have a sense of what the priorities are? Like what the nature, whether it's regional or if it's based on a certain set of criteria in terms of that prioritization process?
Well, we do have criteria that's outlined in the report. So we would be looking for, definitely strong community, civic, and corporate support would need to be there. And we would need to see that this is demonstrated through the formation of a new nonprofit society that would govern all the activities. So that takes a significant amount of commitment for sure. And then we would want to know that there's strong alignment of goals and priorities. both cultural ties and clear alignment in priority areas between Vancouver and the proposed Friendship City, so such as sustainability, housing affordability, equity, and diversity. So we would be looking at our priorities as a city and their priorities as a city to make sure there's some alignment. And certainly, we would want to make sure that there was a strong diplomatic alignment and an ethical alignment. We want to make sure that we're befriending cities that we share our values with.
Okay, that's clear. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carr. Well under time. Councillor DeGenova?
Oh, Councillor Kirby-Young, I'm back in chambers if you want me to take over the chairing.
Yeah, by all means. Thanks, Mayor Stewart.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor DeGenova.
Well, I was just going to offer to move your recommendations. Move us.
There's no other speakers on the list, so do we have a seconder for this? Councillor Fry is seconded, so we, Councillor DeGenova, did you want to speak to this?
I'll just speak to this briefly. I know that there was some concern originally when this was to come forward to council that we would be asking some of our sister cities, including Odessa, to transition into friendship cities. I really want to applaud and appreciate the work of staff to kind of make sure that they clarified that that was not the case, and that Odessa and the sister cities that we have would remain our sister cities and be, for lack of a better term, grandfathered. But this is a new endeavor, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes. I also think that there's opportunities to partner with cities that share some of our initiatives and goals, and as our staff have said, are like-minded. I think that that's important. At the same time, I think that there's opportunities also to continue on the relationship with our sister cities. And it was never my intention, and I know it wasn't the intention of our staffs to in any way remove that sister city program. So I just wanted to make that very clear in my comments and say that I will be supporting this. To some of the other comments that have been made by my colleagues, I welcome, and I'm sure that if this is a huge success and after 5 years we've reached our limit, there's an opportunity for more sister cities. So happy to support this, and I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I certainly want to thank staff for the work on this and also the reconsideration of what it is with the sister cities, recognizing, of course, that the very first sister city in North America was Vancouver and Odessa post-World War II, and I think that that's incredibly symbolic in and of itself. And obviously the timing of potentially removing our sister city relationship wasn't good in light of what's happening in Ukraine right now. So I'm glad to see that we're leaving the sister cities alone. On the subject of friendship cities, I certainly see the limits might be a little bit frustrating. I think there's a lot of interest in expanding on this idea of a friendship city and what that might entail. And I think that friendship cities may prove to be different things for different cities. Certainly some of the consular presences that I've been speaking to all have different kind of ideas of what a friendship city could be. It could be economic, it could be cultural, it could be literally down to a large diasporic community that happen to live here and that relationship there. So appreciative of this work, appreciative of it moving forward, and I definitely appreciate a simpler approach to making those international relationships and really centering on what it is that bring us together as urban dwellers and our commonalities and how we can really foster international relationships at the same time. So thanks to staff for this work. I'll be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I will be brief. I will support this because I do think it's a good evolution away from the sister cities model, but I do hope that we start to look forward to alternative models that do have those specific articulated goals in mind. I really was struck by that reference in the report to cities that are moving more towards those types of relationships as opposed to a bit more the nature of the ceremonial relationships, which I think the Friendship City still has that framing and connotation around. I appreciate the amended recommendations. To say I was spectacularly dismayed to see a previous report that suggested that in the midst of the war, that we would give notice to Odessa, the original sister city of Vancouver, dating back to 1949, was really, I think, devastating for a lot of folks to read and upsetting for a lot of Ukrainian people of Ukrainian heritage that also live in the city of Vancouver. And so I'm glad that wisdom prevailed and that was pulled, and the report sort of respects the status of the sort of enduring, I should say, sister cities, including longstanding relationships that are still active, like with Guangzhou and the Friendship Society. So I'll support this as a move forward, but I do think that this is sort of the beginning of an evolution, and that there are different ways to really focus on working with cities in areas where we may have commonalities, whether it's positive in terms of strengthening arts and culture, or where maybe other cities that similarly, like Vancouver, are land constrained but are growing and are grappling with challenges of housing availability and affordability. And I would really like to see us shape some of those relationships to have be able to kind of learn from each other and focus on some of those challenges and opportunities that we have, as opposed to being purely ceremonial. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other speakers on this one, so I'll call the vote. Councillor Boyle? There we go. That passes unanimously. Thanks so much.
Mayor, my panel was stuck. I didn't actually click a vote, so I'm not sure why it's recording. Is it recording me? Can you confirm?
Yeah, it is recording you as in favor.
I'm showing the screen is showing me as
Oh, I'm
absent.
sorry. It shows you as absent.
I'm actually here. My button just wasn't working.
Just 1 second, please.
Thank you.
Yes, if you're confirming your vote is positive, we'll change it in the minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Council, we are now on to those are the 2 held items. And now we're moving to reports with speakers. I believe clerks were on item R5. R6, sorry, don't have glasses on. Should probably get some. Application for primary liquor license on 1025 to 1027 Davie Street. So just ask first if anyone wants to declare a conflict on this, please go ahead. And we have Sarah Hicks, the Chief License Inspector here for a presentation. Then Council, you can ask questions up to 5 minutes, and we do have speakers to this item. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. No presentation today, but I do have a brief introduction to the report.
Okay, great.
The Fountainhead is seeking to increase their capacity by expanding into the Addison storefront, combining 2 spaces, and increasing their interior capacity from a current 111 persons to 225 persons, along with a 64-person outdoor patio. The total maximum capacity of the combined areas is not to exceed 300 persons due to washroom and exiting capacity. This application is not aligned with the distancing policy requirements for a minimum of 100 meters between Class 3 establishments in the downtown, primarily commercial area. A review of the immediate area shows there already exists a liquor establishment Class 3 business located within 100 meters. When considering the initial application to increase the interior capacity to 255 persons, staff applied the city's liquor establishment capacity and location policy, otherwise known as the distancing policy. The distancing policy was originally adopted by Council in 2005 and then reaffirmed through 2017 and a March 2021 report. The distancing policy distinguishes between small, medium, and large establishments based on the capacity and sets requirements for distance between establishments of the same class. The purpose of the policy is to maintain the density and distribution of pubs and nightclubs throughout the city, thereby maintaining a general number and size of establishments that is suitable for a neighborhood or area. Staff apply the policy consistently. In consideration of this information, the applicant made a secondary application for a 65-person establishment and a 19-person patio while maintaining their existing establishment. While this secondary application does align with policy, the applicant still clearly noted that their primary request is for a 255-person establishment. To date, any exceptions to distancing policy have been made using council-approved criteria that are applied to all applications. As an example, there was a March 2021 policy that allowed one-time exceptions to distancing and moratoria for establishments that were unable to take full advantage of a occupant load recalculation due to a July 2020 fire bylaw update. The March 2021 report found that a majority of establishments had room within their current license class to grow. For those that had minimal growth within their current class and were unable to move into the next class because of a conflict in distancing, an opportunity for an exception to distancing would be applied, and the establishment could increase by 30% of their current occupancy. The Fountainhead currently has 111 interior persons, and their license class goes up to 150. With an opportunity to increase their interior capacity by 39 persons to reach the maximum, or 35%, an exception to the March 2021 policy is not necessary. Staff seek to assess all applications against consistent and clear criteria to ensure that the administration of city policies is done in a transparent and equitable manner for all liquor establishments. To make an exception beyond the established policies of distancing and one-time exceptions for the proposed increase to 255 persons, it could introduce uncertainty in the city's process and assessment of applications. With this information in mind, the staff report has two recommendations before you today. The first recommendation is to not support the proposal to increase to 255 persons at 1025 Davie, and the second is to support a new liquor primary establishment of 65 persons at 1027 Davie. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your time. Just looking to see if there's any questions from staff to Councillor Frott. You're up for 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Sarah, I'm looking through the 2005 policy documentation, which sort of distinguishes downtown from non-downtown, and how that distancing criteria applies. Can you just sort of walk us through, because it's a little confusing on the maps. What is downtown? What is non-downtown?
Downtown is mainly the downtown peninsula of the city, and non-downtown is everything else. The distancing in downtown is much closer for establishments as opposed to in the rest of the city. And for this particular class size of establishment is 100 meters.
So it's not necessarily consistent with what we've sort of contemplated within the sort of the Broadway plan even, which is to east to Clark and north to 16th. Would it include Chinatown and downtown east side?
I apologize. I do believe that the downtown east side is included, but may not go as far as Clark. I can look into that though.
Okay, no, that's good for now. I'm just going to think about that for a second. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So thanks for the overview. So I have this correct. You're saying that by following the procedure to the letter, that the practical outcome is that one operator has to run 2 separate establishments side by side with a wall and 2 separate operations, as opposed to being able to simply knock out a wall and run one business. Is that correct?
When looking at the policy, the policy would not support the increase up to 255 persons, but does allow, the distancing does allow for a secondary license, a new establishment in that class 1 range of up to 65 people.
Right. But in layman's terms, in simple terms, like just practically, that means that this operator would have to have 2 businesses, 2 different names, 2 sets of books, like staff, 2 kitchens, 2 everything, and right, essentially, and just in practical terms, they'd be running the same type of operations next door to each other, but just with a wall. This, like, I'm looking for the common sense approach, or like that's really what that comes down to, without any variation or discretion around this policy. Is that correct?
I don't believe that we would be, requiring that there are 2 sets of everything. The province has regulations in place when there are side-by-side operations with the same operator, and they are welcome to follow those requirements. And I do believe that that won't require the duplication of all aspects of the business.
Okay, but it will require some duplication. And staff obviously are executing the policy to the letter, but council has the discretion to vary and pursue another decision if it so chooses. Is that correct?
Yes, council can certainly look to amend policy. Looking forward, staff would be looking to apply policy in a consistent manner and looking for, clear criteria, diverging from policy in order to aid in that review and approvals.
Okay, thanks. I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Councillor Fry, you have 4 minutes left.
Yeah, thanks. And so zooming out a bit, so obviously this policy is almost 20 years old now and it was a very different time. Granville Entertainment District was a big thing and it's not a big thing now. And had staff considered that maybe, was there a work plan contemplated to revisit this policy? And
To date, nothing has been scheduled. In the large liquor policy review in 2017, staff looked at the policy and it does meet its goals of creating that diversity and spread of establishments within the city. Should council wish to review the policy in the future, staff can certainly do that.
would it be beneficial to allow a little bit of flexibility and discretion for staff on a case-by-case basis so that the policy is maybe not quite as rigid? It's kind of a guideline, but it's not a hard, and that'd be a helpful?
Case-by-case scenarios, can be helpful, and I think they can also be difficult in terms of a staff review when we're, considering applications in order to provide consistency, for applicants and clarity in what staff are going to be reviewing. So while considering case-to-case, clear criteria on what those, case-to-case scenarios would be important.
Yeah, okay, because I do look at how land use in the downtown area has changed over time, and there's more residential in areas that it's all downtown, but you wouldn't necessarily want a bunch of proximity in a highly residential area, but then other parts of downtown may have a little bit more flexibility, not as many residents, but more kind of a night flavor. Okay, that's helpful, and thank you.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much. That is it for questions. Now we're going to turn to hear from speakers. We have 8 registered speakers, Council. The first one is Bert Hick. Thanks for coming in today.
I love this. Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. I'm pleased to be here today, but I must ask the question, why are we here? What we're talking about is merely an increase in capacity for a neighborhood pub that's been in existence for over 20 years, that has an impeccable record. And I got 2 of the founding members of the pub right here beside me, Vince Marino and Michelle DePratt. And this place is operated without any issues whatsoever. So obviously I'm asking for approval of recommendation A and not B, but I'd also like to suggest that council give serious consideration to instruct staff to get rid of this antiquated, ludicrous, ridiculous policy that no other city in the world has. Do you want me to be a little clear as to how I feel about this policy? It is absolutely asinine, quite frankly. And it's a policy. It's not a bylaw. Staff can exercise discretion to it. And so when I hear words like it's a policy requirement, it's not a policy requirement. It's a policy suggestion. And you can exercise discretion to the policy. Now, I think somewhere here, help me out here, folks, I think there's a little bit of a PowerPoint presentation. I don't know if someone's got it or not. Christina in my office sent it in to somebody.
Just going to check.
And I'm going to go through it really, really quick.
We're just pulling it up now.
Just while we're getting for that to get set up here, this pub is a full-service pub. We can go down there and have lunch, dinner, snacks, drinks, and has a full commercial kitchen. It operates with a patio, and it's an important pub for the province. The background on this pub is it goes back to the approval. Okay, here we go. I think I'm doing this right. We flip it positive.
We can advance it for you if you like, or...
layman at this one. Okay, here we go. Thank you very much. So here's the floor plan of the pub that I want to bring to your attention. The blue part is the existing pub. It's a pub, tables and chairs suitable for dining. It's got a liquor service bar and a commercial grade kitchen on the back. What they want to do is expand to the site next door that used to be a separate business. So it'd be like if this council chamber decided to expand out partway into the foyer here. And they want to put in washrooms, tables and chairs suitable for dining again, but they don't want to have to put in a separate liquor service bar or a kitchen, and the proposal is to have a wall, an opening between the two areas. We're not clear as to whether or not that would be allowed or not. But if we have to go for recommendation B, we'd have to have a separate business license, we'd have to have a separate liquor license, double the fees, separate development permit, another time-limited development permit for this other space, and another good neighbor agreement. So it's a complete duplication. So again, coming back on it, on the background of the Fountainhead Pub, it's interesting that the name Fountainhead came from a novel by Ayn Rand, which is called The Fountainhead. And in that novel, it's if you Google it, it says the message of the Fountainhead celebrates the heroism of men who took first steps down new roads, armed with nothing but their own vision. And that applies to these guys, because prior to these guys doing the Fountainhead, the LGBTQ plus 2S community were relegated to the basement of the Dufferin Hotel, to nightclubs like the Odyssey and other places. They did not have a pub with windows, kitchens, patios, and all that sort of thing. Now, the place existed for 20-some years without any problems. We applied for this establishment back in May of 2021. So this application has been around the city here for over a year to get to this point of you folks as council considering this. Now, if you approach any of your colleagues in other cities like John Tory in Toronto, they would never be sitting there as a council considering an increase in capacity for a liquor primary license establishment. But here we are, finally a year later. Now, the issue of the distancing policy, the 2005 guideline, let me catch up here because I want to point this out. The 2005 guideline has this line in it. It's right from the policy. It says, first, there are some also important general notes about the proposed policy guideline. I stress the word guideline. First, these guidelines would apply only to new applications only. Second, each application would still be assessed on its own merit and undergo public review, therefore steps in place to ensure the compatibility of a proposed venue within a given neighborhood. Okay, well, this is not a new application for a new liquor license. The Fountainhead existed before this guideline came into place. This sentence makes it clear, it was only supposed to be as if I was to apply today for a new liquor primary license establishment in close proximity to another liquor primary license establishment. With respect to support, the report that I received had up to Appendix D, which was one letter from the West End BIA, Terry Smith, in support. But we also submitted other letters of support. The first one is from Chris Karasiotis, who owns Celebrities Nightclub, which is outside the distance, but he's on the street. And his letter is very supportive of it. He says that Celebrities is a long-established nightclub. An increase in capacity of the Fountainhead Pub, which is True Pub, will bring more people to the Davie Village entertainment area, will contribute to the vibrancy and economic viability of the street. Now, also, the city had notified 850 people about this application. 31 responses were received. All were in favor except for one. The second letter is from John over here, who owns Marquee Wine Cellar and Numbers Cabaret. Numbers Cabaret is the one that's within the proximity to our site. And John has no problems, and in this letter, he makes it clear that he has no problems with it. John's here to speak briefly to you today on that point. Also with us is Vince Marino, who was an original investor in the Fountainhead, but also owns Junction Public House and Pump Jack Public House, which is just further down the street. And they are support. Also included is a letter of support. Hang on, move on here. Is a letter of support from Little Sisters, which is another cornerstone of that community. Dawn Wilson wrote a letter of support about the support for the community. So The other part about this distancing policy is you've got to look at future developments in the city. And so, for example,
Sorry, I've got you on a clock here, so.
Okay, I'll be quick.
We're getting close to the
There's
5.
going to be a new hotel coming up where the old Four Seasons was. Those people are going to have to apply for a liquor license, a liquor primary license. If their proposed liquor primary license is the same capacity as across the street of their Hotel Rosewood, Georgia, they're going to be in problems with this policy. If you guys approved several weeks ago a wonderful motion to allow dual licensing. But the problem we have with the dual licensing, it was unanimously approved here, then we take it back to staff and the first thing they say, well, we got a problem with this distancing policy. Now, if you're going to review the distancing policy, what I'd like to suggest that you do is review it, but allow people to bring forward applications and ask for an exercise discretion to the policy, to whether it be to council or have staff exercise discretion to a policy.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I'm going to stop you there, but Councillor Dejanova has a question for you.
I just wanted to make sure that although I understand your point, that you were able to finish your presentation.
What?
Were you able to finish your presentation?
Yeah, I was.
Okay.
Clarifying
I
question.
had a few
Thanks
more
so much.
words, but I didn't quite get, I
So,
got it. You got it.
In 2017, I remember being on council. I never foresaw in what we approved at the time it hindering something like this. Did you?
No, well, what
I
happened?
remember you being here. That's why.
Oh, yeah, I sat right over in the corner and it came up late at night. And the issue was really never discussed because that report brought forward, I think, about 35 recommendations, and you had all sorts of speakers. And but when we got around to that item, it was just glossed over and it was a footnote in the policy, and I've got it there, where it basically said these other policies could be reviewed if council desired to do so, but that was it.
Okay. Thanks so much. I appreciate your presentation.
Thank you. Thanks very much. We're going to move to our second speaker, who is Michael Duprat.
Come on, Michelle, go get him.
Sorry, Michelle.
Good afternoon, Mayor Stewart, members of council. My name is Michelle Duprat, and I'm the managing partner and co-founder of the Fountainhead Pub, as Bert eloquently mentioned. The Fountainhead was born out of the belief that we needed an LGBTQ2+ pub that was street-facing, servicing the West End neighborhood, and it was the first of its kind at that time. The pub has not changed its vision since then. It's been a safe space for all those who cross our threshold. It has catered to the West End clientele for the past 22 years, and we are now looking to expand our service area. We have been a full-service neighborhood pub since 2000. We have a full-size menu that's offered 7 days a week with a brunch menu that's offered Saturday, Sunday, and holidays. Our establishment complements a lot of the other liquor primaries on the street, such as Celebrities, Numbers, Junction, Pump Jack, 1181, and Score on Davy, many of which are in support of our application. We have sponsored several West End and LGBTQ2+ teams, leagues such as the West End Slow Pitch Association, Cutting Edges, Out for Kick Soccer League, Vancouver Gay Volleyball Association, West End Community Badminton League, Pacific Rim Curling, Men's Chorus. We've also participated with several charities in the West End and outside, that being the Vancouver Pride Society, the DMS, Loving Spoonful, Out in Harmony, Out in Schools, Camp Out UBC, Dr. Peters Foundation, just to mention some. In November of 2015, we were recognized for our philanthropy and given it's called the Open Heart Award on the National Philanthropy Day. We're active members in Bar Watch to help with any sort of other issues. Our application was submitted in May 2021. This entire time paying rent on a space that's been sitting there as a very expensive locker, close to over $100,000. I don't agree with staff's decision. I think that it should be a Class 3. Some of the challenges that we could face are, as Bert mentioned, we don't know what the province is going to require, if it's a separate license, whether we'll need a separate bar or kitchen, what the entries and exits are like. We're going to have issues with clientele potentially. I could be full on one side and not full on the other, and how do people get back and forth? I'd need staff monitoring that, which is excess labor on something that isn't necessary, especially for our type of venue. Other type of challenges will be financial. That being our insurance costs would go up, unnecessary staffing is mentioned, additional costs of licensing and fees, as Bert mentioned, and the additional time that it's going to take for us to resolve this with the province to see what exactly this separate license would look like. It's our belief, or my belief, that by staff offering this solution of 2 licenses, they're in essence acknowledging the merit of our application, but denying its full rights and benefits of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You do have questions, Councillor Kirby-Young? Remote.
Yeah, thank you. And hi, Michelle. Nice to see you.
That's nice to
Been a while.
It has.
Yeah, quite a while. The question that I had, and I'll ask the same one of you that I asked of staff, and you started to touch on it, but I was just hoping to give you opportunity to expand, and that was with respect to all the implications that it would have, and you started to expand on some of them instead of in terms of staff, things like insurance. Would you envision you'd have to have things like 2 different business licenses, all of those kinds of things?
Yeah.
Alarm monitoring systems, figuring out food deliveries, like, can you kind of expand on what the impacts would be practically?
It's impractical. I really don't know what the impacts are until we were actually have to face it, but it would be tremendously impactful in having to operate 2 businesses as one in 2 separate spaces and just trying to keep that organized. So much so that I don't know how feasible it would actually be.
Okay. And this space has been empty, is it correct? Was it correct in the report it's been empty for a couple of years now?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
The space next door has been vacant, is it correct, for a couple of years? I think that was referenced in the report.
It was vacant, I believe. It used to be Mailbox Plus. I think Joseph left around November of 2020, and we discussed it with the landlords December, January 2021, and took over around February or March, and then met with Bert and submitted the application in May.
Okay. And is it your intention to remain longer term and to remain operating the Fountainhead for a period of time? I know you've been there for over 20 years now.
Absolutely. We've been there for 20 years. We keep renewing our lease with the landlord as 15-year blocks broken up by 5-year terms. Every time a term comes up, we keep adding another 5 years. So it is our intention to be there for quite a while.
Okay. So if in your mind, if council were to take a different path in the recommendation of the staff report, there is probably some recognition, or you think it's appropriate as recognition that there's a longstanding business that has been in the community for a long time and intends to remain in the community?
Absolutely, it intends to remain.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Welcome. Thank you.
Councillor Fry's questions?
Yeah, so so in contemplating this expansion, you're confident that there is a market for increasing your space because people want to be, despite the proximity of other liquor establishments nearby?
Absolutely. There's sort of an ebb and flow on the street. A lot of times we're sort of the starting point for some of the other places, and then the nightclubs open earlier. The class 3 that we're in conflict with is a nightclub. It's a cabaret. When they start getting busy, we're starting to wind down. So yeah, there's definitely.
Yeah, and I mean, I know the distinctions between the various bars around there, and I may or may not have spent some time in your particular establishment. I noticed that the Junction recently did a similar sort of expansion. Are you familiar with how that went down?
Vince Marino, yeah.
Okay, so maybe Vince can speak to that, because it's a nice expansion, moved over to the little shop next door.
Absolutely, yeah.
Blew out a wall there, yeah, okay. But so you're confident that this fulfills a need, that there's more than enough interest to frequent your establishment and not at the detriment of others, or there's not too many places, too many establishments?
No, the street works well together. There's always, I mean, 4 out of the 6 letters of support are from other LPs on the street themselves. The only 2 that we didn't receive anything from was Score on Davy, which Jesse's no longer in the city. He's outside the city, in 1181. I don't know the current owners.
Right, okay, yeah. And we did note those letters of support coming in, and obviously your colleagues here in the audience today, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Weeb, up to 5.
Yeah, quickly, under recommendation A, there's a few things, food and beverage being provided. You
Yeah.
continue to provide food throughout service?
Currently we do, yeah.
Yeah, patio operation will be the same up to 11 o'clock. So basically you're just keeping the same style of operation.
Just larger.
Okay, and obviously live music, performances, that stuff, you're going to continue, expand? What's kind of the goal?
We're continuing the same business operation. Live music and performances, we only do a couple times a year, and they're always for charity fundraisers. So we have a Christmas show that we do, and we raise $5,000-6,000 for the community. It's a drag show that we do in the pub. Typically, we're just a neighborhood pub.
You're going to stay with the same stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you so much. That's all for
you.
questions. Really appreciate you coming in today. Ian Tossenson. Let's see.
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, you're calling
and
in.
Council
Okay.
for-
Great, thanks. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll be really brief here. Just a couple of points here. I think when listening to Bert Hick, let's not forget that Bert spent a lifetime as the general manager of liquor licensing in Victoria, so he's very up to speed with understanding regulations and bylaws, and I always appreciate his guidance on situations with respect to licensing. Let us not forget, too, the comment that Michelle made. He glanced over it pretty quickly, but sitting vacant is a $100,000 cost to these guys. And if you just think about that, $100,000 waiting for the system to make some decisions, I think that's unacceptable in a city that's trying to move forward, and it's very costly. So point number 3 is that the other thing that is recognized in the Fountainhead has been in business and part of our culture for so many years, and I think they do need the recognition as long-standing great businesses, business in Vancouver, and I think that should be taken into consideration. Their commitment to Davie Street et al. has been extraordinary. So we obviously are 100% in support of this application to increase capacity in the simplest way possible. I don't think that we need to be making this more complicated than it is. I agree with Councillor Kirby-Young. There's a bit of a common sense issue here. Bert mentioned the implications that looking at the distancing issue in Vancouver could have a very positive outcome with respect to dual licensing. We were really excited about dual licensing and the possibilities that would really help our industry, the restaurant industry, with respect to flexibility, dealing with the labor problems that we have in our kitchens. But unfortunately, the distancing requirement in Vancouver has got that basically as a neutral situation. And finally, Mayor Stewart's gone a long way in the last month to talk about a vibrant city, creating hospitality and understanding the importance of our industry in totality in Vancouver. I think this is an opportunity to show how we can get on with common sense. And I also say, and I don't know how we're going to quite do this, but I think it's time for us to put together a group of businesses representatives in Vancouver to deal with all these issues. It's very costly to have people sitting waiting to speak for 6 hours, waiting for the indecision, the cost of it. I think we should take Mayor Stewart's challenge, put together a group of people in the city that really want to do something for Vancouver, and come back to the city with our recommendations on how to move the city forward. There's so many of these small policy issues that are very costly for business to contemplate in with all the delays. So on that, I thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, but appreciate you calling in today. Vince Marino's next.
Thank you for actually being able to see most of you in person again after a few years. It's a pleasure. My name is Vince Marino, and with my business partners, we have 2 liquor primary venues on Davie Street, the Pump Jack Pub and the Junction Public House. Both are in the 1100 block of Davie Street and the Davie Street Entertainment District. Today is actually certainly nostalgic for me because I was at this podium 23 years ago, approximately, actually along with Mr. Duprat and my other business partners, and we asked for actually to license the Fountainhead Pub at that time. And I can totally appreciate where Michelle is coming through. It took us 3 years to get through that process. So it is been a very long process, and it's amazing that we're kind of back at the same place. The Junction Public House is located within the notification area, and we do not oppose the Fountainhead's application for an amendment to its liquor license. As noted by staff through the report, there may be a time and for the appropriate reasons that council would want to consider supporting a situation that may not exactly fit the current rules that are in effect. I strongly believe that this application is just one of those times that council should give that consideration. Given my understanding of the excellent operational history of the Fountainhead and the positive impact it has had on the community, I would recommend that council consider approving recommendation A. In closing, given the positive contribution the Fountainhead has had on the community over the past 22 years, I strongly believe that the Fountainhead will continue to add to the vibrancy, the safety, and economic viability to both the day and nighttime economy of Davie Street Entertainment District, the community, and the city, and recommend that council consider approving recommendation A. Thank you.
Thanks so much. You do have questions? Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Vince, for coming in. Appreciate the story there, going back 23 years. I'm just curious, obviously you're recognizing the need for exceptions at times, and this being one. Do you have any thoughts or perspective or advice on going forward if we were to review the distancing policies, what considerations we should think about or in that work?
I think it'd be quite a few. I think that part of the process, the city, in my mind, for it to continue to be vibrant, is that however we set the next set of rules and regulations is to allow flexibility and interpretation. Because what is happening, this policy is here. In fact, when we first did the Fountainhead, the distancing rule was 1 mile. And we've made that change. So the element is that when we do these policies, I think if there's one that I would suggest is to give staff the ability to have the flexibility to understand what is happening at that time. Because you can have someone coming in 2 years' time and have an amazing proposition that would totally benefit the city and its people in the process, and yet a policy will stop them. That probably could end up that individual saying, I am not going to go to the city of Vancouver. This is too much to take on in the process. Because I can tell you when we first opened, the 5 of us that were in the original, to give you a little more history, we actually had declared bankruptcy. We actually visited a bankruptcy process because that's what had happened to maintain a leasing area for 3 years. But we saw ourselves through and we're here. So it was a better decision.
We're glad you're here. And thanks for giving that perspective and some ideas around that. So thank you, and thanks for coming in today.
Thank you. Councillor Weep?
Yeah, quick question. On recommendation 8, it says that council not support. So you want us to remove not and support A as is?
Support recommendation A as is, yes.
Okay, but it does say not, so just pull it out.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Carr?
That was my question. I'm clear now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. That's it for questions. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
We've got John Clarides next. Number 5.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, Council. My name is John Clarides, and I'm owner of Marquee Wine Cellars and Numbers Cabaret right beside each other on Davie Street. And I read over the proposal. First, I'm in complete support of what Michelle wants and achieves. The conflicting bar is my bar, which is right across the street from his. We're a cabaret. We don't serve food. We're two completely different businesses, and we complement each other. What this report doesn't take into consideration is actually the future of Davie Street and its environs. As an example, the Shell gas station at 1157 Burrard, it's 47 stories, 289 condos, 68 studios, 111 one-bedrooms, 77 two-bedrooms, and 33 three-bedrooms. Northeast corner of Davie and Burrard, the old Money Mart building, the new home of community, 139 social housing units, 72 studios, 18 one-bedroom, 32 bedroom, 19 three-bedroom. Esso gas station, that will be sold and developed on the corner of Davie and Burrard. Who knows how many people will live there. 1280 Burrard Street, One Burrard Place, which encompasses 1289 Hornby Street, has 900,000 square feet, third tallest building in Vancouver with 444 dwelling units. the capacity to entertain those people and for a place to go. If this application is denied, they'll just go elsewhere. So we need to be able to service them. At one time in Vancouver, when I first started in my going out, and like we used to have 22 to 23 gay bars. Now we're down to about 4. It's pretty depressing. And in terms of financial implications for Michelle, there'll be huge. As the way I read it, he'll have to open literally a separate bar with a separating operating company and the infrastructure that goes with it. And that's really all I have to say, other than in terms of the flexibility of what Vince said of liquor licensing. One of the things that we just do not simply have in this province is a classic European wine bar. We don't have it. And liquor licensing, if the city is going to address that in the future, needs to look at that. In other words, you come in, have a glass of wine, some induction food cooking, or a small kitchen, but a classic wine bar that you find in villages like Beaune, in Bordeaux, in Lyon, and you can have 2 or 3 or 4 of those because they only have 20 or 30 or 40 people in there, and the licensing requirement is not so onerous that it makes it non-profitable for them to have such a small bar, so they just don't open it up. So for a property owner that has a small space and someone wants to open a really cool wine bar for the industry to go to, I think that's a real addition to Vancouver. Thank you. Any questions?
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you. I appreciate you coming in, though.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Robert Caper or Kapar. Sorry if I got that wrong. Got Robert right, I know.
Mayor Stewart and all councilors, thank you for having me here today. I just want to say, usually I've been here speaking to you on permitting and building licensing. So if you recognize my face, I think we were always doing it on the phone the past year and a half. I'm here just today to speak as a person who lives and uses the pub and as being a function of it. And I just want to talk about the criteria that's written right now and the distancing. It doesn't take into any account the function of the space. So even though you've got a competing license supposedly across the street, the function of the spaces are completely different. I've been president of the Vancouver Gay Volleyball Association. I've been with West End Softball Association, the Bowling League, and a number of other groups. And I can tell you that the Fountainhead serves this great meeting place after games, after events, after times we've done stuff. And once we've been there, if we stay out later at night, then you drift across the street to Celebrities, into Numbers, into Junction, into Pump Jack, and go out. But the Fountainhead tends to be the glue. It tends to be the community space where everybody meets and everybody can have a drink and can have a burger or fries or play a game of pool or shoot some darts or do these various things that anybody else would do in their local neighborhood pub, which is not a nightclub. And by 11:30, the Fountainhead's shutting down and things are closing up, and that's when the nightclubs and bars are going. And if you've been on the street or around the Fountainhead at any point in time, you'll notice there's not big lineups of people down the street or the other issues which cause policing issues or community issues with sidewalk use and various things like that. It just doesn't happen because people just drift in and out of the pub on a regular basis, and it seems like you always get to walk in. There's seldom ever a lineup, maybe 2 people or 3. It's that continuous movement of a neighborhood pub serving its community. And I think having a little bit extra space and having a few more tables for a few more people to be in there, or a space where we could meet, or groups could come in and maybe go to that other side and have it as a space where we could, a little small space. It's not a private space, but just off to the side, would be a great asset to the community, a great asset to the various sports teams, community groups, or whatever else that's going in there that visits the pub. So I just want to make a point that I think there has not been a valuation by the staff or the policy to really deter. They're just looking at a class 3. That's what it is. Instead of saying the function of the places are different. There's a different functionality, there's a different purpose, and there's a different crowd that visits there each time. And I'd strongly support, the right one is that I think it should be one single license. I can't imagine how in the world you'd manage 2 licenses there was once a space I know that we were talking about before on Granville Street that had these separate licenses, and they went out of business shortly with fines from this because they could never manage the requirements for the different licenses in the different sections of the pub. So my reports and my support is going behind council overriding the policy decision of staff. Any questions?
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you. Appreciate you coming in, though.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Jeff Ianard.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, councillors. My name is Jeff Gignard. I'm the Executive Director of an organization called ABLE BC, the Alliance of Beverage Licensees. We're the industry association that advocates on behalf of British Columbia's private liquor stores, as well as liquor primaries, including pubs, nightclubs, bars, and British Columbia's hotel liquor licensees. We've got a few hundred members right here in Vancouver and over 1,000 all across the province. So to be clear, I've not been retained by or paid by the licensee or by the licensee's consultant to be here today. Because I work on behalf of the entire industry, it's relatively unusual for me to get involved in an individual applicant like this. But this one drives me crazy, so I felt compelled to, in this case, to offer a few points for council's considerations. First, we cannot forget the devastating financial impacts COVID-19 had on British Columbia's hospitality industry in general and Vancouver's industry as well. We're nowhere near out of the woods yet. On top of the serious challenges we're facing every day, and you know what they are, things like skyrocketing costs, supply issues, labor, rising insurance premiums, we're still trying to dig out of the financial hole caused by the pandemic. About 15% of our industry is already gone, 15%. And another 10 to 15% don't know if they're going to make it to the end of the year once the summer business slows down. So the only good news that I have seen is that I've traveled around the province and I've seen British Columbia's mayors and councillors stepping up and working hard to find new and innovative ways to support our industry and the 190,000 people that we employ across the province. Here in Vancouver, Mayor Stewart, council, and your staff have also taken inspiringly positive steps to support our industry's recovery. Things like temporary extensions of service areas, patios. It's been a pleasure working with your staff throughout the pandemic to deal with those complexities. And I think we succeeded because we all understood that these small businesses are vital not just to the health of our economy, but to the culture and fabric of our society, which is why staff's recommendation seems very strange. I understand we're following the letter of the policy, but in the 8 years that I've been doing this, I've stood before maybe 40 or 50 councils across BC, and I've never seen a distancing policy like this. So regardless of what happens here today, I encourage council to have a look at it and change it. This should be a routine application for capacity increase. It's easy. It's easy to say yes. I won't reiterate the logical and astute comments made already today, except to encourage you to heed them and exercise your discretion in this matter. The affected business community supports it. You should too. Also, consider what staff has actually recommended. They basically support what the Fountainhead is trying to do, but they just want to find a clever but clunky workaround to the distance rule, right? Because they have to. Which means we're asking the Fountainhead to open an entirely new, separate business, to spend thousands of additional dollars, to wait potentially another year for application approvals, submit a new liquor license application, a new business license application, get a new time-limited development permit, a good neighbor agreement. I mean, a good neighbor agreement for one of the original pubs in the heart of the Davie Village. You just met Michelle. He's been there for over 20 years. Are you kidding? Right? What are we doing? More fees. More delays. It's a waste of everyone's time and money. Or you could approve this application today. Say yes. Let them get back to the work of rebuilding their business and Vancouver's hospitality industry. You know, it often strikes me that our jobs as leaders and as a community is to find a way to say yes, to make it just a bit easier for businesses like Michelle's to succeed. So please say yes to this application. Let's cut the bureaucratic nonsense on this one, seize the logical path forward that we have here today, and do the right thing. So with that, I thank you very much for listening to me today. I really also appreciate your ongoing support of Vancouver's hospitality industry. We really do appreciate it. And I will pause for questions.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. So, excuse me, my allergies are so
no problem
today. So Bert Hick made an interesting kind of insertion into this conversation. I just want to get your opinion. I think he sort of made a distinction between how this policy could be applied to existing businesses versus to new businesses. And do you see merit in like maybe having it for new businesses so that we don't see a rush of like super concentration in any given area, But recognizing that existing businesses may already have an established track record. So in the case of the Fountainhead, it makes total sense to, rather than this weird workaround.
Well, it always makes sense to put things in context, right? And to look at the existing track record of a licensee or any other business to see what they're contributing to their community, their history of enforcement actions, things like that. Whether or not a future policy should only apply to new businesses or not, I think that's an excellent question to take away and build an industry group that we can actually provide some advice on that. I don't think the province has ever distinguished between a new licensee and someone who's already in that. I haven't seen other jurisdictions do it. I think a policy either makes sense or it doesn't. 100 meters, I don't even understand how it would make sense, particularly when the affected business is right here telling you it doesn't hurt him at all.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the input. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. That's it for questions.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We're on to Ingrid Jarrett. Not in person. We have Ingrid Jarrett on the line. Don't. Okay. I think everybody has spoken that's on the list, and Ingrid Jarrett was the only person here. We've just called her name, so she's not here. So can I get somebody to move the report, please? I heard Councillor Wiebe, and then I heard Councillor Dominato, so I'm moving to a queue now. Thanks so much. Councillor Wiebe moved it. Did you want to go first, or? Okay.
With a policy that is outdated that I think it needs to be reviewed, because we do need places like the Fountainhead that do provide that kind of comfort, and recognize we have letters from all the other larger businesses around there. I think this is a great way of showing the community support, and I appreciate the community coming out collectively together to show that support, because that's how we build great communities. So thanks everyone for coming out and speaking in support, because I think that's what we need to make sure that we have the places that kind of are that first stage in going out. And I really appreciate how you give context to the streets. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. I've circulated an amendment to Mayor and Council to this report, and apologies for a few versions. If staff could bring the latest one up.
I'm happy to second that,
Okay.
Mayor.
Councillor Dejanova has seconded. Yeah, I'm going there. Go ahead.
The intent of the amendment is to address what we've heard today through a number of the speakers, including the owners and operators, but also neighboring businesses and Rising Tide consultants, around the needed flexibility around this particular institution and what they're trying to achieve. I don't think I need to repeat what the speakers have said, but the amendment basically strikes, it retains A, but strikes the word not, so that council would be in fact supporting the application submitted by Rising Tide Consultants, striking B, which was the alternate proposal, and then adding that council directs staff to review the guidelines for liquor establishment location and distancing adopted in 2005 with a report back in 2023. And again, that's to respond to potentially the opportunity for modernizing that framework. And recognizing it was acknowledged earlier that, in looking at this application, staff were looking at it through the lens of the existing policy framework, but I do think it is within council's purview to say that, in fact, we want to support what was proposed by the Fountainhead, the expansion. I thought it was very compelling that, and I know staff worked with Rising Tide and Fountainhead to the public engagement, but that by and large, it was really supportive, and I think testament to also having a number of neighboring businesses saying, yes, we support this expansion and it's a benefit to the community. I really appreciated the comments about the Fountainhead being the glue. Reminded me of Cheers for a moment. So I just, that's the intent of the amendment here, is to support the initial application that was made. And I think it also speaks to cutting the red tape, which I heard very clearly through the number of speakers, is the unnecessary duplication and effort that would be needed under the secondary option.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova, I'm sorry, I bumped you off the list, so I'll give you the floor now. Here we go.
Thanks so much. I'm happy to support this amendment, and while I appreciate that staff are just following our policy, and I do want to acknowledge that, As someone who was here, as one of the two council members who were both here in 2017, I never could have seen this one coming. That it would create this kind of red tape, and I want to apologize to Vince and Michelle for the trouble, frustration, time, and effort that this has caused you, especially after as we come out of the pandemic, and we want to have a fun, vibrant city, and we want to make sure that things are easier, not more difficult for you. So I'm hoping that all of council, I'm urging you all to support not only this amendment, but I think in moving forward, we have to look at possibly the policies and where are those roadblocks so that others don't have to go through the same process to come to council and go through what you've gone through. So hopefully they'll all thank you for that if this passes. But I also just want to note that our staff were just following the policy that was before them. So this certainly is something that council needs to deal with, and that's what we're here for. That being said, I know that when we did discuss and when there was a whole overhaul, as Bert had alluded to, of the liquor policy, these are the types of things I would have hoped would have gotten worked out. Obviously, this is one, but now we have to look for others, and how can we make sure that we're moving forward, and not just in the best way Vancouver can. How are we keeping up with other major cities, vibrant cities, and making sure that we push forward, with that economy, be it a daytime economy, to Councillor Dominato's, Cheers reference. Yeah, the Fountainhead is a place that where everyone knows your name, I suppose you could say, just like Cheers. But besides the pun, I'm sorry that you had to spend your time here lobbying council instead of, trying to move forward and make your small business work. And thanks for doing that. So I'll leave my comments there. And I tried to encompass what I was going to say for the overall main motion too, if this passes. So I'll leave it there and say that I'm excited to move forward and see what our staff will bring back to us if this passes, to look at other places where there may be holes in the policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young next.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'll try to be brief, but I will speak vociferously in support of issuing one streamlined license to the Fountainhead that will enable it to operate one business efficiently and not create double the work and double the amount of requirements and red tape, which essentially is what I think that the recommendation, if it is not amended, will do. And I'll speak frankly that I feel like if accepting the existing recommendation would really be like giving the finger to common sense. And at some point, we have to create an environment where it's actually easy to do business. And this is an example, I think, that really illuminates how challenging and impactful in a negative way from a cost and an operational perspective our regulations can be. The silver lining is that examples like this that are so clear in the harm of a rigorous application of the policy or in not evolving a policy into modern times, it really does illustrate the harm it does and provides an opportunity for improvement. So, in short, if I look at this opportunity, it's we've got an established operator that's been here for 2 decades, over 20 years. We have an application that is resounding business support. It has resounding resident support. It's a community space and has been a longstanding and valuable one for the LGBT community. It fills a vacant storefront and keeps the Davie Village animated and brings energy to the area. Of 830 notices, only one were opposed. That's got to be a pretty significant stat by anybody's standards. And I think that we have a local business who is actually willing, after very difficult times, to invest in the business, is willing to put more on the line and expand it, and is willing to continue to commit to this neighborhood long term. And I think what we should be doing is celebrating that moment 23 years later, almost one generation, and that they are here as an opportunity to expand and trying to say, how could we make that easier for you? And thank you for doing that. So I will wholeheartedly support amending this in order to give them one streamlined license. And I hope that they get a resounding vote on that from council to show the support for the Fountainhead and for trying to cut through this red tape and take a common sense approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just real thanks to the speakers. I mean, you ground truth the situation for us. We get reports. I mean, I know the area because I'm a West Ender, but you know, to have people come who are of the place that is being affected by a policy is incredibly important because you know, policies don't always apply to every place. The uniqueness of a place like the Davie Village needs to be taken into consideration. If the policy doesn't work for what's being proposed, we need to hear about it, understand it, and make sure that what is passed is what will work. So I'm very happy to see some streamlining of the rules, regulations here, and to support the amendment as proposed. Thank you, Councillor Dominato, yeah, onwards and upwards.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. Supportive of this this amendment and what it does for this particular application. I have submitted an amendment to the amendment, although I don't see it coming through, so I may have missent it. Oh no, it did. So it just came through. This is an addition to Councillor Dominato's amendment, and it's just really and further to what Bert Hick was talking about as far as existing establishments, and in particular with the recent direction that this council gave on dual licensing for food primary to move over to liquor primary after 10 o'clock. This particular policy would get in the way of a lot of that happening. So this is giving staff direction to suspend the 2005 policy guidelines for downtown liquor establishment locations. So downtown being the not downtown, so basically in the peninsula, downtown east side Chinatown. Location and distancing as applied to existing establishments seeking expansion within a class 1, 2, or 3. So that's less than 300 seats, not the big nightclubs, and/or dual license. And that applications be considered under normal licensing criteria for downtown locations, notwithstanding distancing policy. So we do have a number of policies that do apply otherwise, including good neighbor agreements and the like.
Councillor Fry, just before I ask for a seconder, I'm just going to check with the clerks and the city manager. It's a pretty big move, so just want to make sure that it's in order and there's not bylaws or affected things like that we need
It's
to
a policy, but yeah, sure.
Thank you. Hey, Council, I'm just going to, if you give me 5 minutes, I'll be back at 4:08. some questions though for Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, is your intention here to roll off moratorium, for example, on the downtown east side as well, which is a different scenario? Sorry.
We did suspend the moratorium on the downtown east side for the dual licensing.
Yeah, but this is different, right?
This is different, but it actually would sort of, my understanding is it would now supersede on top of any ability for anybody to actually actualize the dual licensing because of the distancing. So for instance, where we have
I guess so
establishments across the street from each other, this distancing, notwithstanding the moratorium.
So is this the entire city, or would
well, as defined in the downtown. So there's non-downtown, I think they call it, and downtown.
So we're just wondering if downtown east side is included in what you're considering here.
I understand that it is, yes, for existing establishments. So, yeah, so they call it non-downtown and downtown.
Okay.
Just
you're gonna have to give me another second now.
Sure.
The city manager who has some questions just on the intent of this and just to direct staff in terms of what's going to occur, and that'll go to you, Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. So yeah, again, I think for staff, the starting point would be just to make sure that we, as Mayor indicated, understand the intent of this, particularly as it pertains to existing moratoria on new seats. It's not clear based on the wording what the intent is, at least to us. And I think that's a very significant implication of this if we're talking about the moratorium on Granville or in the downtown east side, expanding seats to even existing operators. There are significant implications of that, and so we just want to make sure that we're clear on what this means.
Well, I think the intention, which is why I sort of considered under normal licensing criteria, is to not necessarily limit us strictly to the 100-meter distance, as we're observing today, and as would theoretically pertain to the recently passed dual licensing motion. So recognizing that even though we've said, okay, well, we're going to suspend the moratorium on new liquor primaries in the downtown east side to enable dual licensing, in the absence of any kind of discretion around the existing 2005 policy for distancing, it kind of makes those that recent direction kind of unworkable. So allowing the discretion to still process the application as one normally does, including going through the province and our own, good neighbor agreement and all the other things that one has to do, and also limiting it within the 3-class envelope. So not talking big clubs, cabarets, that kind of thing, just 300 seats and under. Does that make sense?
So I guess, and defer to Chief License Inspector as well if there are additional clarification questions, just so we're clear on what this means. But it does, the motion as or amendment as drafted isn't simply limited to dual license.
We would look to seek clarity of whether the moratorium in the downtown east side would be maintained and that no new additional seats could be added to existing establishments, as well as with the GED's moratorium.
So seeing those as two separate pieces then, I guess, is what you're seeking clarity on. So the idea of a class 1, 2, 3 expansion distinct from the dual licensing.
If the moratorium continues to apply to the expansion of class 1, 2s, and 3s. As it is written today, the moratorium means no additional new establishments and no increase in seating outside of the March 2021 exceptions report that would provide for a recalculation of their occupancy due to the fire bylaw increase.
Okay, I'm going to cut it here because, just procedurally, we have a motion on the floor. If councilors want to ask, I'm just going to move back now. If you want to ask points of information, you can do that. But I think we've kind of reached the edge of it, and so there we are. So, Councillor Fry, if you want to keep speaking to this, if people want to ask points of information, you can go ahead. But
I see people on the queue, so I'm assuming that's...
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Dejanova.
This one's a tough one. I feel like if we had a memo and if the intent of this were clear, I could maybe support this. But now that I'm hearing, questions being asked, that our chief license officer doesn't even know what the exact intent is. Our city manager doesn't. I'm hearing, there's other bylaws that have to be considered, fire code. I'm a bit concerned without a memo and understanding the full ramifications. I'm not against this. I want to be very clear, but I would hope that maybe Councillor Fry, if you really want to fast track this, let's get all the information we need and bring it as new business. And I promise not to call notice on it at the next meeting or something like that. But I think there's other ways to fast track this. I think that this could actually be holding us back from a vote on something that's already been tied up in red tape here. So that would be my suggestion, because in its current form at this point, and considering the back and forth I've heard, I just can't support it at this time. Because I do have some questions. but I do hope you'll bring it forward at another time if it doesn't pass. If it does pass, I wouldn't even know what exactly it is we're passing here. So that's where I sit on this. Thanks.
Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to ask a point of information through you to staff if I can.
Sure thing.
And it's sort of predicated on, I'm hearing from Councillor Fry that he responded to comments with respect to dual licenses, but am I correct that there's still work that staff are undertaking currently based on the direction from council last month to receive the dual license work, and that would have to come back to council, and at that point consideration could be given either in that report or for council to consider any amendments at that time, which might provide more breathing room for us to have a more thoughtful conversation around the implications of liquor policy, because we're hearing if we get it wrong, it certainly has an impact on businesses. So can staff comment on that?
Anybody want to take a shot at that one?
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. I understand your question to be whether staff are currently doing work on the dual licensing aspect motion that was passed. No, that motion passed. We understand that to be in play and open for applications at this time.
Okay, maybe I can ask a follow-up question through you, Mayor and City Manager.
Yep.
And sort of picking up on I think the intention that we all share of trying to modernize our liquor laws and not limit opportunities, but do you think this would be best served as a standalone motion so that it could be thoughtfully considered and we're not having unintended consequences like we're dealing with here today?
Mayor Stewart, through you, as you know, it's obviously clear to council, just based on the involvement that you've had during your term with liquor issues and this particular discussion, this is a very complex area of regulation. Certainly, we're super nervous making these types of changes on the floor of council. You know, the motion calls for a report back from staff on kind of revisiting the policy issues generally. So we're certainly happy to do that. But I think us trying to react to these in real time is very challenging. So that would be my response to that question.
Okay, and then I'll just thank you for that, and then I'll just speak briefly. I think that I appreciate the intent of this, and I'm a huge one for modernizing regulations. I said streamlining permitting, but I think that this is done on the fly, and I think that it's not clear, to be honest, and I think it could have unintended consequences. So I have a hard time supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, point of information to staff, and it's simply to get advice on how we might, as a council today, address what are emerging concerns related tangentially to the report that came. Bert Hicks spoke to it briefly around the dual licensing motion, and with existing distancing policy that, in fact, we may have owners, operators make applications and it will be in conflict with that existing policy. Is there a way to maybe refine direction today to address that issue in particular? So not going as broad as the initial amendment proposed by Councillor Fry, but to deal with specifically the dual licensing?
Just before staff answers, trying to remember who seconded this. We still, we needed a seconder to move the debate.
Was seconded.
Anybody second this? Right. So I haven't called for a seconder. Do we have a seconder for this?
I was going to second, but I see there's another amendment coming through, so maybe
You don't? Okay.
I won't then.
Okay, so no seconder for this. Councillor Domino, do you want to continue then just on your amendment?
I see Councillor Fry's circulated a revised amendment, so maybe we'll wait till that comes through.
Councillor Fry?
Well, I did, and I saw Sir Hicks had come to the podium and was all prepared to speak, and I
have 2 minutes left.
Well, I have submitted I struck that amendment and submitted a new one, which basically eliminates the entire notion of expansion 1, 2, 3. the different liquor classes, which I gather is the source of confusion, and really just trying to address the specific, which is a catch-22 for anybody seeking a dual license right now under the current distancing restrictions of 100 meters. So I think
Need a seconder for this one? Sorry, I think I definitely heard Councillor Carr, so we'll go to
Point of order. Yes,
point of order.
Yeah, I'm going to step aside due to a perceived conflict. I do have interests in a liquor establishment in the downtown core, and now that this has gone beyond just the Fountainhead, I will have to step aside due to my caution because I do have interests in liquor primary. Thank you.
So, Councillor Fry, do you want to continue talking to this item?
Expansionary pieces about the different classes, 1, 2, 3, that created some confusion around what it would mean in the context of the moratorium, and I totally appreciate that. It could potentially lead to the expansion of establishments. So rather just focusing us on the actual intent of my original intent was really recognizing the catch-22 that we've set up through this distancing policy for the dual licenses, what we approved last month.
Okay, I'm just going to take a break, and I'm going to consult with staff again on this one, and I'll be right back. Looks like this is in order. We've checked with legal and clerks, or sorry, legal and clerks. City manager does have a just one clarifying question. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. And this is, Councillor Fry, we do understand, just double checking here, the intent is that the moratoria in the downtown east side and Granville Street would not apply as pertains to applicants for dual licenses.
Which we established in.
That's the intent.
Yeah, and that was established in that policy change we made last month, dual licensing.
Just confirming it includes Granville as well. That's the intent.
Yep, that's what we passed last month.
You understand that? Thanks.
So we have a second. Councillor Fry, anything else then?
Nope, that's it.
Councillor Dejanova?
Mayor Stewart, I have a point of information, and it's maybe for you. I don't want to rule on this. I thought we were talking specifically about one liquor primary application, not broader policy. Is that correct?
We are. Yep, we have one extension to one liquor establishment.
So would this be considered beyond the scope of that?
That could be. Is that a formal ask?
Yes, at this point it is.
Okay, council, I'm going to take 5 minutes just to confer with.
Do we need 5?
5? Yep, I'll try 5.
Okay, no, you know what? I'll withdraw that then, Mayor Stewart. I was hoping that, I was asking you if it was within the scope or without. If you need 5 minutes, then I'll just withdraw my question and I'll speak to this. I see this outside of the scope of what we're currently considering. Councillor Fry, I'd be happy to support something like this if it came forward in a standalone motion. What I had come prepared to discuss today was specifically about the Fountainhead's application. If we don't get through it by 5, I'm a bit concerned that we may just be tying them up in some more red tape. So at this point, I want to be really clear that it's not that I don't support the intent of this, but without more information, understanding the ramifications, and for the reasons I stated before, although this is slightly changed, it looks the same to me. So for those reasons, I won't be supporting it this time. Thank you.
Okay, that's it. So we're going to vote on this. Councillor Wiebe is declared conflict. Okay, that passes with Councillor Boyle, Swanson, and Dejanova in opposition. Okay, Council, we are back to the main queue. Councillor Fry, anything else on?
Nope, that's it. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Dejanova?
Just would like you to sever, please.
We're on your amendment. That's now been amended. So Councillor Dejanova, did you want to? Nope. Okay. Yeah. Well, we're still on the amendment, so you can sever on the final vote. You want to sever this? You want to? Okay. Clerks, can you pull that up so we can take a look at just how we're going to sever the clauses? Thanks. Council, just to let you know, I've asked Councillor Kirby-Young to take over the chair. I have to go after this item. So just to let you know, we'll be switching up chairs. Okay, clerks. So Councillor Dejanova, you want to sever the last clause, which would be C, and you're okay with leaving the others together. Okay, great. Okay, so let's just do the reverse order. We'll vote on the severed clause in blue first. That is Councillor Fry's addition. Councillor Kirby-Young and Councillor Wiebe is in conflict. Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, that has passed with Councillor Swanson and Dejanova in opposition. And now we're going to vote on the rest of the amendment. Councillor Wiebe is not in conflict, but we'll mark him as absent. Oh, he is in conflict now. That is It's been amended, clerk, so we should, yeah. Okay, so that passes unanimously. Thanks so much. We're back to the main queue now. Councillor Dominato?
Mayor, I have, I think nothing further. Appreciate that council support in advancing support for the Fountainhead and the expansion. And so thank you, council, for that. I think this is a really important piece of work that we did today. And thank you to all of the speakers who came out in support. And that's it. Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Young?
No, I'm fine, Mayor. In the interest of time.
Councillor Dejanova?
Just before I ask for a final to sever out that clause, I also just wanted to add to Councillor Dominato's comments, thank staff also for their work on this and understand that it's sometimes a rocky road working with the policies that we have before us. Thank you.
Thanks. That's it on that. So we'll have the final vote. You wanted severing, Councillor Dejanova? You wanted the that clause out again? Okay. We'll just wait for clerks to pull it up and then I'll trigger the vote. Okay, so I think it's clause C that's, lightning fast typing going on here. So the portion in blue or teal is what we're going to vote on first. Councillor Boyle, Councillor Carr. That passes with Councillor Swanson and Councillor Dejanova in opposition. We're now going to vote on the remainder of the motion. Sorry, the report recommendations as amended. Great. Thanks so much. That has passed unanimously. Thank you so much, everybody, for that. Councillor,
Mayor, I have a point of procedure before we move on to the next item. Just noting.
Yep, I'm going to actually turn the chair over to Councillor Kirby-Young
okay.
now while I make my, just have a personal item to deal with. So thank you very much, everybody, for your time today. And I will turn the chair over to Councillor Kirby-Young. If the clerks could mark me absent, that would be great.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And before we begin, I'm noting the hour, and so I'm going to ask for council's patience because we have only one council meeting left and a number of business to get through. And so I'm going to just proactively ask for a motion to extend at this point in order to deal with globally which items will need to be referred and which, and try to get through the ability and opportunity to provide councillors the chance to call notice on members' motions and go through the agenda. I realize that's not ideal and that will cut into the break. And we do have public hearing, but the alternative is not getting through that. So I'm going to ask if any councillor would like to move that motion.
So moved, Councillor Bly.
Councillor Bai, thank you. Do we have a seconder?
Second, Councillor Weeb.
Okay, I'm going to try.
I have a point of procedure, Chair. Can I just clarify? I thought we still had 3 more items on our agenda. Can you just clarify how we're?
Yeah, I'm going to go through them. What I'm asking for is grace to go through those individually and work through them in terms of referring them to upcoming meetings and agendas so that we can get through the different sections of the agenda, but not intending that we will be hearing items 7, 8, and 9, but that we'll be formally moving to refer them with the advice of the clerk to a future date.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Does that satisfy Councillor Boyle?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I'm going to try this as a verbal vote in the interest of time. All in favor?
Yay.
Do we have any opposed?
Sorry, what? Sorry, point of privilege.
Yes, Councillor.
I don't understand what that vote was called on. You
The
can
vote
explain.
is asking for the grace of council to extend past 5 o'clock in order for us to deal with referring items to future meetings and to get through the administrative components such as referral reports and enabling councillors to call notices of motion.
Thank you.
Okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and you're not objecting?
Oh, no, I vote in favor.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the clarification. Okay, so with that out of the way, given that we're 15 minutes before we would have expired, we've now concluded item 6, which was the application amendment for the liquor primary license on Davie Street. And now I'm going to seek guidance from the clerk because this is just handed over to me. We do have 3 policy inquiry reports 7, 8, and 9, and I'm looking for guidance from the clerk as to what date these can be referred to, recognizing that our meeting tomorrow has one dedicated item. So can the clerks provide some advice as to what date these could be sent to?
It's recommended that this meeting continue on July 21st at 9:30, which is a reserved council meeting date. Further, I just wanted to note that legal indicates the bylaws and the administrative motions need to be considered today or tomorrow, as there are items that pertain to some referrals, housing referrals, I think they were.
Point of
Okay.
privilege, Chair.
Claire, yes, Councillor DeGenova?
I intend to recuse myself on one of the items that will be referred, so I will need to recuse myself from the vote on referring that item as well.
Okay, can you identify which item it is, 7, 8, or 9?
It would be item 7.
Okay, and are you recusing based on a conflict of interest, or would you like to
Yes,
state that?
may I state that now?
Please.
I will be recusing myself from item 7 and declaring a conflict of interest, as I'm an immediate family member who has a pecuniary interest specific to this project with Promerita, who is one of the partners included in this rezoning application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor DeGenova. So with that noted with the clerks, I'm looking, Council, for a recommendation to refer items 7, 8, and 9 to the July 21st Council reserve date.
Second, Councillor Carr.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I didn't hear the mover. Second by Councillor Carr.
Dominato. So moved,
by-
Dominato.
Second,
Perfect.
Carr.
Okay, and with Councillor DeGenova's conflict noted for the record, all in favor? We'll try a verbal vote.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, those items have been referred to July 21st. And for the record, that is the Policy Inquiry Process Directions Report addressing social housing and secured rental housing priorities in the Hastings Street sub-area. Item number 8, Policy and Directions Application for rezoning at 830-850 Thurlow Street and 1045 Harrow Street. And item number 9, Policy and Directions Application for rezoning at 1075 Georgia Street. Okay, so that moves us on to referral reports now, which we do need to consider, and thank you to the clerk for that.
Sorry,
we have
Chair, sorry to interrupt, Mr. Clerk. Referral report 1 has been completed.
Okay,
On consent.
fantastic.
It was bylaws and administrative motions.
Perfect. So that moves us on to fun and exciting bylaws. I will note that a number of councillors have been absent from various proceedings and will need to indicate that they have reviewed the proceedings that they missed in order to be eligible to vote. So I will go through those in order now with bylaw number 1, Councillor Carr. Have you been able to review the proceedings?
No and no.
Okay. Bylaw number 2, Councillor Dominato. Have you been able to review the proceedings?
Yes, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Bylaw number 3, Councillors Bly, Boyle, Dominato, Fry, Hardwick, Kirby Young, Swanson, Weeb, and Mayor Stewart were all need to be eligible in order to vote on that. So we'll go through them. If I can ask the clerk to call those, or I'll call them one by one. Councillor Bly?
I have and I will.
Okay, Councillor Boyle?
I have and I will.
Councillor Dominato?
I have and I will.
Councillor Fry?
I have and I will.
Councillor Hardwick is absent. Myself, I have and I will. Councillor Swanson?
Yes and yes.
Thank you. Councillor Weeb?
Have and I will.
And Mayor Stewart is absent. Okay, bylaw number 4, Councillors Bly, Dominato, Swanson, and Mayor Stewart need to review the proceedings in order to be able to vote. So one by one, Councillor Bly?
I have and I will.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato?
I have and I will.
Councillor Swanson?
No and no.
Mayor Stewart is absent. Bylaw number 5, Councillor Carr, DeGenova, and Mayor Stewart will need to review those proceedings. Councillor Carr?
No and no.
Councillor DeGenova?
I have.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. And Mayor Stewart is absent. Okay, that bylaw 7, Councillors Carr and DeGenova. Were you able to review the proceedings, Councillor Carr?
No and no.
Okay, Councillor DeGenova.
I have and I will.
Okay. Those are all the ones that require councillors to state if they viewed them. Clerks, have you been able to capture all of that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. At this point, do any councillors wish to request any separate votes on any of these bylaws 1 through 28?
Yes, Swanson here. Could we hold 2, 3, 6, 7, 14, 17, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25?
Can those all be done in one batch, Councillor Swanson?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do any other councillors wish to hold any bylaws for separate vote?
Move adoption.
Okay. Clerks, can you just thanks, Councillor DeNova, seconded.
Second.
Councillor Weed, thank you. And clerks, can you should we do the first vote with the numbers that on bylaws that Councillor Swanson's asked for separate vote on?
Yes,
2, 3.
correct.
Okay, so for clarity for the record and for council, that's bylaws 2, 3, 6, 7, 14, 17, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. Okay, and if you can take us to a vote, staff, that would be great. Okay, and that passes with Councillor Swanson in opposition.
Move adoption of the remaining bylaws.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Seconder?
Second, Councillor Bly.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. And clerk, if you can move us to a vote, please. Okay, and that passes with none in opposition. And that brings us to administrative motions, I believe, correct, clerks?
That's correct.
Okay. So we have administrative motion number 1, approval of form of development for 3321 East 5th Avenue.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Weed. Seconded, Councillor DeGenova. And if you can trigger a vote, please. That passes with none in opposition. Moving us on to administrative motion number 2, approval of form of development 1015 East Hastings Street.
Move adoption.
Councillor DeGenova, thank you. Seconder. Thank you, Councillor Weeb. And vote, please. Okay, and that passes also with none in opposition. Thank you, Council. That now moves us on to request for leaves of absence, item 1. Mover.
So moved. Councillor DeGenova.
Second, Councillor Bly.
Seconded, I think I heard Councillor Bly. Let's try a verbal vote on that. All in favor?
Yay.
Yay.
Okay, thank you. And any in opposition? Hearing none. That is passed. That moves us on to one council member motion, which is titled Commemorating Muslim Holidays, which is moved by Councillor Swanson. And Councillor Swanson, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Yeah, this is just a simple motion to commemorate Muslim holidays in the city. We know that hate crimes against Muslims increase yearly and that Islamophobia is a huge problem. So official recognition of the Muslim community and its celebrations will be a strong show of support towards that. And when the city does this, it can help bring communities together for dialogue. Recognizing these holidays may help other marginalized groups pursue having their commemorations recognized and be acknowledged. The first 2 asks are fairly easy to do. The third one is investigating the possibility of co-hosting a yearly iftar dinner with the local Muslim community. So it's just investigating the possibility. this is something they have asked for and are willing to collaborate on. So I hope we can pass it unanimously. I know staff is working on a policy about commemorations, but I think we can have a policy that includes this motion and the thousands of Muslim residents in the city. The original draft of the motion was endorsed by the Racial and Ethnocultural Equity Advisory Committee. And we got an email from Leela Mansour, a young Muslim woman that I thought was really eloquent about the benefits of this motion. She said, and this is a quote, "By recognizing Muslim holidays in Vancouver, the Muslim community will feel accepted, welcome, and free to practice their traditions. It will be an opportunity for individuals outside the Muslim community to learn about Islamic holidays. This will encourage learning and dialogue between different people. It's a crucial step to eradicating stereotypes about Muslims and combating misconceptions about Islam, and also a chance to establish a stronger connection between City Council and Muslims in Vancouver." And then she says, and perhaps to the opportunity to enjoy some delicious food. The motion means so much to Muslims.
Councillor Swanson, that is your time, but I think you've introduced it clearly.
Councillor Boyle, I'm happy to second.
Seconded by Councillor Boyle. Are there any questions? Councillor, you do have the opportunity to ask questions at this point of the mover. I do have a clerk. I think we have an older queue here. Can I get you to clear that queue so that we can? Now, are there any questions for Councillor Swanson on this motion? Councillor DeGenova?
I was just going to suggest referring it to the committee meeting tomorrow to hear from speakers.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. That motion has been, the motion titled Commemorating Muslim Holidays has been moved by Councillor Swanson, seconded by Councillor Boyle. We'll move to tomorrow's committee agenda, July 6th. Okay, that now brings us to the exciting part of the meeting, notice of council member motions. And I see councillors lining up on the queue for this. Councillor DeGenova, go ahead.
Thanks. I have co-submitted a motion with Councillor Wiebe, or sorry, I'm calling notice on a motion that I'm co-submitting with Councillor Wiebe for July the 19th. And it's titled Moving Forward, Immediate Action to Deliver Affordable Homeownership Programs in Vancouver. And my apologies, underneath the notice, it actually says July 5th as well, but it does say July 19th at the top. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Carr, you are next.
Yes, thank you. Notice of two motions for July 19th. The first is Vancouver hosting a C40 climate workshop for the Metro Van region and Vancouver region. And number two, backing the class action lawsuit against oil companies.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Bly, and I'll just ask the clerks, actually, I'm not seeing the names advanced on the queue. So if you could assist with that, that would be great. Councillor Bly, go ahead.
Thanks very much, Chair. So co-submitting a motion with Councillor Boyle for the meeting of July 19th, titled Advocating for the Requirement of Side Guards on Heavy Trucks in Urban Areas.
Thank you. I wonder if Councillor Carr, I believe, is duty councillor, you could take the floor. I have two notices of motion myself to read into the record. Councillor Carr? I see you. I'm assuming you may be on mute.
No, it's just that I couldn't get the mic on, but I was assisted in that. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you. I have two. One is titled Making It Easier to Host Outdoor Festivals and Events in Vancouver. And the second one is titled Commemorating Vancouver's Diverse Cultural Communities, both submitted for the July 19th Council. Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Carr.
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay,
Chair, back to you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Swanson, you're next.
Yeah, I have one. It's called Ask for the July 19th meeting. It's called Asking Staff to Put Money for a Seniors Planner in the Draft 2023 Budget.
Okay. And Councillor Wiebe, you're last on deck.
I should say that's with Councillor Boyle.
You're co-submitting that, to be clear?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. And, oh, actually, I just want to go back, or I think I was remiss in not asking for a seconder. That one's co-submitted, but we do have seconders on the other motions. I just want to double check. Is that correct? Or do we need to go back and ensure we have seconders for those?
Sorry, it's the clerk. The seconders aren't required until the meeting in which they're raised.
Right. Okay. Perfect. Thanks for the reminder. Okay, Councillor Weep, you're up.
Yeah, I've got 3 motions on notice. Vancouver is a dog-friendly city, for Swimmable Vancouver, and enabling the next generation of Vancouver specials. All for July 19th. Councillor
Okay.
Sweeb.
Thank you, Councillor Sweeb. That's wonderful. Appreciate it. Okay, that now moves us on to new business. So if councillors do have any items of new business, please put yourself on the queue. And I'm also going to proactively ask the clerk. I do believe there's some leaves of absence that have been sent in also already, and I'm wondering if it's possible for you to read those out that have been sent in.
Chair, sorry, there's new business in the script. Some leaves of absence that have been submitted.
Oh, sorry.
Number
I'm
13,
scrolling.
page 14. Yeah.
Ah, perfect. Okay, thank you. I found it. We have one item of new business, which is a request for leaves of absence as follows. And I apologize for my congested voice still, everybody. The first one is Councillor Kirby Young for civic business for meetings on July 5th, 2022 from 10:30 to 1 p.m. retroactively. Today and on July 7th for personal reasons from 6 p.m. onwards. Secondly, for Councillor Bly for civic business for meetings on July 28, 2022 from 10:30 a.m. to noon. Third, Councillor DiGenova for personal reasons for meetings on July 14th from 6 p.m. to 7:45 p.m. And I believe there's one missing here, Clark. Do you also have one for me for the evening of July 14th? Before we...
Any received after the start of the meeting would need to be raised.
Okay, great. So would somebody like to move this motion?
So moved. Boyle.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle, seconder.
Second, Councillor Bly.
Councillor Bly, any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Yay.
Okay. Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. So we'll move on to other items of new business. Councillor Boyle, you're up.
Thanks. I circulated also a request for a leave of absence from 6 till 7:30 this Thursday. And I understand that will put us just at quorum, and so could be available to join earlier if need be, but hoping we can approve the leave of absence.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Seconder?
Second, Councillor Bly.
Councillor Bly. All in favor?
Yay.
Great, thank you. Anything further? Carries unanimously. Anything further, Councillor Boyle?
No, thanks.
Okay. And next I have Councillor Bly. New business.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just got knocked off the queue here, so apologies. I can't track my time. I actually just have oh, this is new business. I'm sorry. I have an inquiry. I will go off the queue and come back on in a minute.
Perfect. Councillor Carr, do you have an item of new business?
Yes, I'm actually tabling a request for a leave of absence for Mayor Stewart for July 7th from 6 to 10 p.m. for personal reasons.
Okay. Seconder?
Councillor Fry seconded.
Councillor Fry. Okay, thank you. I don't have a full visual in the chamber, so thank you. All in favor?
Can I speak to this?
Yes, you can.
Recognizing that Councillor Boyle talked about her leave of absence for this date would put us at quorum, does this push us out of quorum?
My understanding, Councillor Wheat, from staff is that no, and that some councillors are reviewing their plans in order to try to provide more of a buffer, but that currently sits us at exactly quorum.
Okay.
Anything further, Councillor Wheat? Okay. Any other comments on this? If not, I'll ask for a verbal vote. All in favor?
Yay.
Okay. Any opposed? Hearing none. Okay, that passes with none in opposition. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, submitted an LOA request for Thursday, July 28th from 6:30 onwards for personal reasons.
Okay. Second? Is there a seconder in the chamber? I can't see.
Second, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. All in favor?
Yay.
Yay.
Any opposed? Carries. Okay, thank you, Councillor Carr. Could you take the chair so I can do an LOA for myself, please?
Absolutely. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. It's 1 second. It's for July 14th for personal reasons from 6 p.m. onward for the evening.
Okay, seconder to that?
Second.
Fry, seconded. Okay. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Any opposed, nay? That passes. Over to you, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Councillor Dominato, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Submitted an LOA for personal business for July 19th, 8 p.m. onwards.
Okay. Seconder,
Second.
wait, Councillor Weeb. Any discussion? Okay, I'll take a verbal vote. All in favor?
Yay.
Yay.
Yay. Any opposed? Not hearing any opposition. Okay, that also passes. Is anything else, Councillor Dominato?
Not on that, thanks.
Thank you.
Chair,
And
I do in fact have a new business item that had escaped me when I was first on the queue there, so I needed to cover that now.
please go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm tabling a leave of absence for myself for personal reasons tonight, July 5th from 8 p.m. onwards.
Okay. Seconder,
Second.
Councillor Weeb, thank you for doing that so consistently. All in favor?
Yay.
Yay. Any opposed? Hearing none. Okay, I think we have made it through new business. So now is the exciting inquiries and other matters part of the agenda. Councillors have them. Please put yourself on the queue. Councillor Weeb, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah, my first inquiry is recognizing that we did have to close and change our hours of operation due to COVID, and that there are still facilities that haven't fully opened up. Kensington Pool and some of the hours have still not moved to their full capacity. I'm just wondering if we can get a report back from staff on where we're at on coming back pre-COVID levels for hours of operation of civic facilities, as well as service desks and other civic opportunities to connect with the public.
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, happy to follow up with Council on that. There's a number of different factors in the case of pools. Obviously, there's got a lifeguard shortage, as you know, but yeah, happy to share an update with Council on where we're at around service, our service, different points of service overall.
That includes some of the service desks and engineering and others, just from the public standpoint. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, anything further, Councillor Weeb?
Not unless Councillor Bly, are you going to ask a question?
Councillor Bly, go ahead.
Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you very much. So I have an inquiry, and it's related to some of the changes in service in the Main and Hastings area, not exclusive to that area, that is resulting in a number of vulnerable folks who are seeking shelter, of course, on the sidewalks. And there are a number of concerns being raised in the community, actually. So what I'm looking for, and this is related to accessibility, people being able to access services, those with accessibility challenges that are finding it difficult to move in the area. And so there is a notable shift in service delivery, or what would appear to be service delivery. And I'm wondering if the city manager could perhaps provide comment, or there could be some future update to council in terms of where we're actively working and supporting to create a better balance in the community of this particular area. So that's my inquiry.
Thanks, Councillor Bly. Yeah, so happy to provide a brief update on this issue now. It is a really challenging situation that our staff are currently addressing in the downtown east side. Of course, the challenges associated with homelessness for the people who are in fact homeless, as well as for the communities down there, are not new. What we've seen in the last couple of weeks, though, is a reduced presence on the part of the Vancouver Police Department, given other demands on their resources, and decreased compliance with individuals who are camping, particularly on Hastings Street, with requests from engineering to move their tents during the day in order that the sidewalks can be accessible for travel and also cleaned. And we, like say, as you indicated, that dynamic has shifted pretty significantly in the last couple of weeks. And we're now facing a really significant challenge, both with people in the neighborhood trying to use those sidewalks, as well as an increasingly kind of critical sanitation problem on those blocks, because our crews are not able to clean them adequately. So it is an issue that our staff are working closely with representatives of the community and looking for solutions where ideally the people who are on the street, people who are supporting them, their advocates and city staff are working together to ensure that those streets are clean and accessible. I can confirm that engineering has not in any way stepped away from attempts to clean the sidewalk or enforce the street and traffic bylaw with respect to structures on sidewalks. It's just a question of the level of compliance that we're getting currently. So that work is ongoing. We'll continue to keep council posted on those efforts. But it is something that we do need to address. The current situation is not tenable, both from a safety perspective, accessibility of our sidewalks, as well as a health perspective. Thanks.
Oh, okay, that's very helpful. Chair, I just have one quick follow-up, and that is to the city manager in light of your comments, which I very much appreciate. Is there an intent to distribute some type of communication to the public or advice that you would give us as councillors to help ground in some understanding of what's happening right now? Because I think that we're actually hearing, and I certainly am hearing from social enterprise, many of those organizations that are supporting vulnerable folks are looking to see how they can make sense of it. So wondering, is there proactive communication that we can expect to see coming from our staff team who are attempting to respond to the influx of structures and things like that?
Thanks, Councillor. Yes, that's a really important point, and thanks for raising that. So that is something that we've been working on. I'm actually scheduled to be on a call right now with our team just on that very issue. So yes, we are planning to provide some additional information to council in terms of messaging, as well as a public communication on this point. So that's forthcoming as soon as possible.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you very much to the city manager, and thank you, Chair. That's all for me.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. Councillor Dominato, inquiries?
Yes, Chair, thanks. Yes, I'm just hoping we could get a report back or a memo from staff on the progress around discussions. I think it's probably falling under decriminalizing poverty work, but it was around engagement of the Canadian Mental Health Association of BC and inviting them to work with us around peer-assisted mental health intervention that would be complementary to police. There's, as I've noted previously, there's 3 pilots operating in the province right now, one in New Westminster, one in Victoria, and one on the North Shore. And those pilots are underway. They're having great success. They're funded by the province. And I'm just curious if we could get an update as to discussions that might be taking place as part of a broader roundtable. I'm just not sure where that was left in the status of those discussions, but be interested in a memo back if that's possible.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor. Staff are preparing a memo for council back on that item.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's it, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dominato. I really appreciate council's patience in extending the meeting, and we've managed to whip through that in less than an extra 15 minutes. So I'm going to suggest that we commence the public hearing at 6:15 to give everybody a much needed full break. before I ask for a move to adjourn, but I just want to thank you for getting all that done with only 13 minutes over time.
Sorry, Chair, it's the clerk. The motion would be to recess until July 21st at 9:30 a.m.
Yes, thank you, clerk. Do we have a mover for that motion?
So moved, Councillor Bly. Seconded, Councillor Boyle.
Clerk, can I just get confirmation if we're recessing? Oh, well, we will still reconvene in council tomorrow evening to adopt the matters from tomorrow. I just want to ensure that we're still adopting all the business from today. We're not deferring that till July 1st. I just get
Today,
clarification
yeah,
on
any
that.
items completed today are complete.
Okay,
The meeting
perfect.
tomorrow
All right.
is separate, related to standing committee.
Okay, perfect. So we have a mover and we have a seconder. All in favor?
Same.
Okay, thank you, council. Enjoy your break, and we will see you back for public hearing at 6:15. Thank you, staff. Appreciate all the work.